all here. All right. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. Welcome to the stream. I am here with Hank Russell from the Hank Russell Invitation. This is Sonic Mindscape from YouTube. Both of these guys are YouTubers, and we're here to discuss a video. But you guys, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Thank you. Just excited to be here.
Absolutely, Camp. Good to talk to you again, my friend.
Yeah, it's this has been a long time coming, and to anyone that follows me or follows any of these guys, I would like to definitely just extend. You guys definitely want to subscribe to these guys' channels. These guys are pretty much in the same podcasting space, and also in terms of pushing out content. You guys are some busy dudes. All right. I'm between, Hank and his little interviews and Sonic, your almost daily videos. It's like, it keeps me busy at work. I get to listen to you guys in the background. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys do.
Yo, appreciate that, man.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Camp. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Cokebenni, welcome to the stream. Welcome. So I kind of alluded to this last stream, and we're going to be shedding some light on a guy that doesn't really like me too much. I guess that's kind of putting it lightly. We had a little bit of a back and forth in one of the videos that me and Hank did, and it went a couple messages, I would say about 11 messages between the two of us, and it all culminated in this guy proclaiming that he will make his own video. And he will address the hypocrisies and the contradictions, and just highlighting how I'm an idiot who all I do is just hate on the Fresh and Fit podcast. And for those of you who know who I am, you guys have followed me through the different videos I've done. You guys probably know about me from the viral hit that where I called in and spoke to Fresh and Fit, and a lot of people would say that I was not hating, but I was just kind of voicing the massive opinion of a lot of people. And I think that's how there was a lot of positivity that came out of it. There was a very, very small percentage of people that had a problem, an issue with me and what I said. And this person that we're going to talk about is one of those people. Before we get started, I do want to mention that this is not a cope stream. This is not a hate stream. Okay, we're not here to. I'm not here to call to action to tell you guys, hey, go to this guy's channel and do whatever to him. I if anything, I have extended an olive branch to this gentleman to join the conversation if he would like. If not today or tonight or a later date. Because I would like to really pick his brain on what he thinks. You guys will see from the video. He has some pretty strong words for me and Hank, actually.
Yeah, and I extended the same invitation on my personal channel as well. And I told him, and if you're watching this, Villa, I still extend that invitation right now, regardless of what we're about to say about you on this video. I'm willing to be friendly about it, and I am a naturally friendly guy anyway. So, and especially with my guest, I don't never disrespect my guests. That's how I am. I got nothing but love. Whatever it is that we're about to say in this video, it's not out of hatred. It's just out of maybe a little bit of frustration and misunderstanding.
I also want to go ahead and say that, listen, Villa, you don't know me like that, but I just want to go ahead and say that if any ideas or any of the statements you made on the video, if they're misinterpreted, just know that that's one of the reasons why Hank and Camp wanted to invite you, so then you could properly clarify what is it that you meant. So I just want to go ahead and just say that, because I know sometimes people are going to put it in their heads like, oh, they're misrepresenting me. That's not the case. It's just that we can only make assumptions off of what you said, and oftentimes the English language is ambiguous like that. So I just want to go ahead and just make that clear.
And I admire your passion too, Villa. I really do. I thought that was, hey man. I mean, I've been listening to Fresh. Believe me, I've been listening to Fresh and Fit when I loved them. Everything about them. 4 years ago. So I've got a few fundamental differences, which I will explain about them. Not even the same as Camps. I just concurred a few things with Camps. So, but we'll go there. We'll talk about that. But
yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
this guy went ahead and took his time, out of his busy life to, set this whole thing up. I believe he was working on an American Thanksgiving. I don't know if this guy is American or not. I don't know if he's broadcasting from America or I have a feeling that he might be broadcasting from, what's it called? From Canada, because of a certain language that he uses during this video. But I don't know. I think it will be up to, I guess, the chat, and maybe you guys might be able to figure it out for me if this guy is Canadian or not.
Right.
But yeah, I guess without that, man, we're just going to go ahead and get into the video. The title of this video is called 40-Year-Old Married with Kids Gamer Bashes Fresh and Fit, Writes a Book About Them. And I guess this guy didn't understand that the book was a joke. It wasn't ever meant to be like a physical thing. It was meant to just kind of be like a way in for me to roast Fresh without having to get disconnected from my call. So that's mainly it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. This guy is he's working obviously in the convenience store, and he set up these two signs. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it says the 40-year-old gamer WTF at Camp Hustle 1. Happy Thanksgiving. So, all right, let's get started, guys. Let's make sure this is the volume is good. You guys confirm in the chat if you guys can hear this.
Also, one thing, is Cokebenni in the chat, Camp?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, I just want to go ahead and give a shout out to Cokebenni. This is Sonic, man. Just want to say, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Just quick shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, Merry
He's
Christmas.
Here whenever, like,
yeah, dude, Merry Christmas, Cokebenni, man. You are the man that keeps on giving, bro.
Yeah, he's always here, man. So I just want to go ahead and give him a shout out. Every time I see him in chat, I'm just like, yo, Coke, what's up?
You know when they talk about day one supporters, Cokebenni is a day one supporter.
Oh, is he? Okay. Well,
like ever since I started with the whole call-in show, dude. He was there, bro. So, and ever since I started doing this format of podcast, he was one of the people, that was, like I said, once I get, fully monetized and all that stuff like that, you guys are all becoming mods. And Cokebenni, you're at the top of the list, sir. So, hope you don't mind having the responsibility. But let's go ahead and get into this video, and you guys let me know if you want to pause it at any moment. Sure. All right. Okay.
Is there a specific time that you want us to start at? Because it seems like he's taking his time.
It seems like he wanted to do like an intro of having Fresh and Fit playing on his like countertop, and he's gonna walk into frame. He's just gonna this is basically like a peering into his life. Like it's already happening, and we are peering into his life. So
yeah. Oh, fast forward to Dead Space, I say.
Well, there is going to be some dead space in this video. This guy is still a beginner in terms of his podcasting style. First of all, I do want to say, filming inside of your workplace, my reasoning is production value. I think that's why he chose to do that rather than filming at his house. What do you guys think?
I think so too. As a longtime broadcaster, I mean. I think that's, like he said, I got to hand it to him about one thing. He's doing this without fancy equipment and stuff like that. And I tip my hat off to you, Villa, man. You can't, it doesn't matter how prepared you are. If you don't press that record button, then it doesn't matter. So I tip my hat off to you, sir.
Yeah, I believe it was an iPad, an iPhone, and a laptop. That and I guess the fluorescent lights. That's his yeah. That's the setup. And it's a humble setup. I believe we all have to start somewhere, and yes. The thing is, just keep going, man. The more consistent you become, the more money you make. I mean, apparently this guy he's doing pretty well for himself. So I think somewhere down the line he'll have a little bit more of a formal setup, and he'll be able to, really take off.
And Villa, you can always reach out to me if you want to know what kind of equipment to get, man. Hey, I'm telling you, I know that we come off as the haters, but man, I promise you, if it would be my pleasure to give you some tips.
Hopefully
If you ever go
hopefully by the end of this, he'll have a better perspective of who I am and also who you are. And he probably, you know, if he wants to answer back or respond back, you know, at a later date and possibly have that conversation, I extend that olive branch.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some things I'm frustrated, a little irritated with he said, but hey, I mean, we can always agree to disagree about some things. But
Absolutely. All right.
How fitting is this that the Fresh and Fit podcast is actually on right now? I'm going to pause it there live streaming, but it's good to be with you all. Happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you all got to enjoy the day with your families, get some rest, and be thankful for the things you're thankful for. I'm thankful for my creator. I'm thankful for my friends and my family, and I'm thankful for the opportunities.
I'm not able to hear it. Are you playing it?
Yes, I am playing it. Let's I forgot. This is what we're going to do, guys. Let me send you the link and then we can all listen to it at the same time. I forgot.
I was already listening to it.
You are listening to it? Okay, I'll send it to Hank here.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, dude.
No, not at all.
Let's see.
What's your timestamp, Camp? So I can
I'm at 48 seconds.
Okay, so I was roughly there. I'm at 51 seconds.
Okay. Where's my Discord here? Yeah, I was gonna do this on Watch Together. I don't understand why Watch Together is not wanting to work for us, but oh well. Let me go to inbox maybe.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Okay. All right, Hank, stand by. I got you, sir. I'm gonna put it in our conversation.
Okay.
There you are. All right, that's that for you. And then, yeah, we're at 48 seconds. So just let me know when you're ready and I will hit play.
Okay, cool. I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
That I give others. So, having said that, we're gonna get into today's little live stream. I've got some things lined up. As you can see, I've got my
This is
my
dead
little
air.
signs
This
here.
is dead right now.
I want
Hey, he's a beginner. I just paused it. He's a beginner, you know, like he's got to find his voice. He's got to realize that, you know, phone audio from about, I would say he's probably about 5 feet away is not that good. You know, it's a little echoey. I'm sure.
Right.
So he's once he gets close into the camera and when he starts, I guess when he checks and stuff, his voice comes in really clear, but yeah, he needs to get one of those little lav mics. You know, you can get them at for $5 at Walmart.
Right, and that's here nor there. I'm ready to get down to the meat and potatoes of it when he starts talking about us.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get to it. I am. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wait, Camp.
Sorry.
Really quick.
Yeah.
I guess what Hank is trying to say is that because you know how he has a little bit of time, he just wants to get into it already, so then we can like get to the
it's not just that, but I don't want to hear him do intros and stuff like that. You know,
Oh, I got you. Okay, so let's what I'll do, I have to play this at like I'll do it at like what do you think? Maybe like 2 times speed or 1.75 maybe?
Yeah.
I just want to be
right. It's just kind of redundant to listen to his intro.
Agreed. All right, let's go. 3, 2 we're at 108, just so you know. I'm about to
cool.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Like who I am. You know, I think that's important to establish this when we start talking about what we're gonna do here. I'm a business owner. I've had a couple businesses. I own a couple businesses now, and I've never been the one to play video games. I stopped playing video games when I was about 6 or 7. Now, I don't necessarily dislike people that play video games. I personally think it's a waste of time.
See what I'm saying?
I'm getting a phone call right now. I'm getting an actual phone call right now.
Unprofessional. Jesus Christ.
I'm not checking him for that. I'm just saying, look, it's a little redundant to be listening to his conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him back.
He's not.
The thing is, like, I got to get him back on screen. So let's skip to. I'm gonna pause it. We'll skip to 244.
244. Okay.
Yeah. Let me make sure I'm on that. Okay. So he's at 244. He's back on screen. He got off the phone. I mean, these guys got to run a business, all right? It's a lot. These guys got a lot on his plate. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Championships and 2 national championships. I went to college to play soccer, so I didn't have much time to play soccer. I play video games. I think it's a big waste of time. I've always thought it's a big waste of time. So, you know, a man who is 40 years old, who's married, who has kids.
Wait a minute. I'm pausing right now. Okay, so do you guys think that he has an issue with me being 40 years old? Do you think I'm too old in his eyes? How old do you think this guy is?
I'd say he's probably at least between 28 and 35.
Yeah, I was going to say like 30s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere in his 30s.
Like, bro, 40 isn't really that far off from 30. I guess, the 40-year-olds that I knew when I was growing up, yeah, they seemed a lot older when I was younger. But now that I am like 42, it's not like that old, in my opinion, now that I'm here. But what I will say is that, okay, so yeah, this guy has this thing about me having wife and kids. I guess that disqualifies me from having any type of opinion of anything ever on the internet. Like, I guess I'm not supposed to talk about like Fresh and Fit or whatever because I'm not their demographic. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
This is kind of where I was like, I want a little more clarification as to what he meant by that.
Oh, I hope we get some. So let's go. I'll go ahead and play it. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't feel like you should have any time to be playing video games. So we're going to talk about this guy, Camp Hustle 1. But before we talk about that, let me talk about Fresh and Fit for just a second or so. Fresh and Fit, I have just started recently watching them. I watch a lot of different content creators. On a scale 1 to 10, I give them an 8. They provide, in my opinion, I think they provide a good, valuable lesson to young men in terms of politics, in terms of finance, in terms of gender dynamics. I think they're providing good quality content. And what I have seen over the past
Pause. I think he's only scratched like the surface of Fresh and Fit. I think he's only seen like videos from like 3 years ago. Yeah. He's seen like the Money Mondays only, possibly like when they have like dating scientists like Psych Hacks on, and maybe a couple earlier like old studio after hours where they actually had a little bit more substance, because I don't think he knows anything about the racist rants that Myron has gone on, the Klansman suit,
the Knight Riders comments about, him saying, or was it Knight Riders or something like that, talking about that they'd prefer not to date black women.
Right. What's it called? Was the whole thing about being on Blacked or whatever? They're like, oh yeah, we don't dabble in the dark. Basically, I don't think he has seen that episode. Whereas a lot of that stuff is backlogged on Rumble, and I think he only watches on YouTube, so he's not going to know the extra stuff that is now been moved over to Rumble.
Which is I've got a few beefs with Myron, particularly. That's one of my primary beefs, is that you have a issue with the ethnicity of of a woman, basic, or not the ethnicity of a woman, but giving this preposition, or what's the word I'm looking for? This
presupposition.
A preconceived notion. Preconceived notion is what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And about black women. And the problem is that the ones that you bring on your show are the most ratchet ass women in the world. So you're comparing it to a woman who probably has a normal, stable job and maybe some education on her belt and stuff like that, and a pretty mild-mannered woman. And I don't agree with dating black women. Now, I don't think he admitted, they have not said that they dated black women because of their physical appearance, because that would be ridiculous. Black women are beautiful.
Well, Myron has said that the ratchet behavior is what turns them off. So
which is understandable. None of us want to be around ratchet behavior, but we don't. None of us want to be around ratchet behavior. But what it does is that okay, even if here's how I am. Let's say 90% of the women are crazy and ratchet and stuff like that. I'd rather fight for the 10% and defend them, because they're the ones that make a difference in people's lives, and they don't deserve to be lumped into that sort of category.
Oh, I mean, it's way more than 10%. I would say the women they deal with is only in Miami only. So like they have that little bubble of like ratchet, women that are basically gold diggers. They're surrounded by it. Whereas if they go outside of it, they will probably find some decent women.
Yeah, there you go.
So they kind of have a little bit of a Miami bias being in that location. So, but yeah. All right. Let's keep. We're at 4 minutes even. So 3.
Okay,
let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Have watched them is a variety of people dislike them to the point where they have made clips about them, they've talked about them. But when I stumbled across this guy's podcast, I'm like, this 40-year-old gamer makes a 4-hour video about Fresh and Fit. Okay, not only has he made a 4.5-hour video, and that's not, he hasn't just made one video, he's made multiple videos. So I don't have any, as you can see, I'm a business owner. I don't have any affiliation with Fresh and Fit. I've just recently got into podcasting. I'm not trying to do this for clout or for any type of recognition. I'm just doing this because
Clearly.
I made a comment on YouTube, and this guy snapped back at me. So I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you how, I don't want to use any bad words. I want to show you how idiotic this guy is. Is that a good word? Idiotic? Maybe. Yeah,
Sure, I'll take it.
So we're gonna listen to this podcast that he's made. I'm going to stop it a couple times. We're going to let it go. We're going to talk about some of the things that he said. I'm going to counter some of the things that he said. And I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to tell you guys some of the things that he's full of shit on. So, yeah, that's what I think about.
Oh, hold on. Pause. I forgot to mention, this guy has his own set of sound effects that are pretty damn cringe.
Yeah, I was a little bit, I do think that they're a little bit,
unnecessary.
Cringy. Unnecessary the language on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I'm not saying I don't use bad language, but to have sound effects with a little bit some foul language like that, man, that's a little bit, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I want him to be successful, and I think this is not the way to become successful long-term wise. He needs to think in the long term. Right. Don't have vulgar sound effects unless you've already been established. I think this is kind of starting off on the wrong foot, so I would advise against using the sound effects.
It's a little immature, I'll just say that.
I mean, it's immature when Fresh and Fit do it as well, Yes, so to the fact that this guy, he started watching them, he's sort of taking certain aspects from them that he thinks is like, I guess, cool or whatever. It's kind of coming off as cringe because this guy doesn't really have an audience established yet. And he's kind of already he's taking the most cringiest part of Fresh and Fit and putting it on his show.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just, he's just starting off, so I don't really have a problem with it.
Cokebenni says, make this a drinking game. Drink whenever he mentions camp, being married, playing video games, being 40, chug for 10 seconds, whatever. There's an unedited interruption. Cokebenni, man, you're trying to put us all on the floor, bro. I think we're all going to be done within 5 minutes of this guy's video, because it's for some reason, that seems to be his go-to. He's like, look, I don't have a problem with gamers, but that's he's kind of using it as a derogatory thing towards me because of videos that I have from over a year ago on my channel. Dude, I'm gonna let everybody in my audience know now, the reason why I haven't posted any video game content is because I don't have time to play video games anymore. I have, my jobs, I have my freelance jobs that I do, I have, my 2 children, and I have my wife to take care of. So it's
but you know what he's gonna say, right? But you're on here for 5 hours doing this.
The only reason I'm on here for 5 hours is because everybody else is asleep. Okay, I'm losing sleep to do this, and I feel like it's important.
Fair enough.
All right, let's go and keep going. 3, 2, 1, go.
You know what I think about him? That right there. Punk ass bitch. So, without further ado, I'm about to pull up his podcast. All right. I don't have any special equipment here. I'm sitting in my store. I don't have headphones on. I got my phone running this. I got a laptop. I got an iPad. That's all the special equipment that I got. I don't need any special equipment. I can sit up here and I can talk all day. You give me a subject to talk on and I can talk pretty much about anything. I'm pretty knowledgeable in a lot of things. I've been to 30
except on sound effects.
From a decent college. I went and taught kids. I've refereed. I've been and done a lot of different things in my life. So I feel like I'm pretty knowledgeable in a lot of different subjects.
Pause.
You know,
He's talked to children. I think all of this indicates that he does not have children of his own. He would have said he has children. I think he also would have said he was in a relationship. I'm getting single off of this guy. I'm understanding that he's probably single.
Yeah, and I'm getting charmer. I'm getting kind of the vibe of like a real charmer type, very charming with ladies and stuff like that. I mean, you see the,
He's got the style. I'll give that to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's got the look and the style. I'll give him that. He could definitely model or something like that. I mean, no pity, but I'm just saying.
I think if he would focus more, I guess, on what's important, I get it if you don't agree with me. Like, he could have just left it as a comment. He didn't have to do this, but he chose to do this, and I think he really believes that he has the, I guess, ability to make something interesting. And I know this is still the beginning, so we can't really judge him off of this. I'm sure 50 videos in, he'll probably be better than this. But
yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
Hey man, look, I'm encouraging him. Hit that record button.
Me too.
Man. That's how you.
Yeah, me too.
Now, has he gotten to the point where he? Anyway, go ahead.
All right,
let's keep going.
Three.
Where are you?
Three. I'm at 653 right now.
653.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. 3,
All right.
2, 1, go.
We're gonna start with this. This guy, he has another failed podcaster on his show with him. All right. So as these two gentlemen are sitting here talking about Fresh and Fit, now I'm gonna describe the other guy that's on the podcast. He's probably about 40 years old. Now that's another thing, is that most of the audience from Fresh and Fit who watches this show, I would say, are young individuals, 18 to 35, 40, single men, right?
Hey, Hank, that's you.
An individual on
Pause.
the podcast.
I need to point out there is no failure. I'm an up and coming podcaster. Camp is an up and coming podcaster. That is a little bit of a dagger because I haven't even really been on long enough on this particular podcast to be a failure yet. And there is no failure in my life. Yes, failure is inevitable when you're doing things like that, but you improve off of failure and stuff like that. So
I think no, failure is only if you quit. That's how I think about it.
Yeah, okay, I like that. So
if any of us quit, it's failure. That's what I think.
Right. I don't agree with the statement 2 failed podcasts. We haven't been doing this that long. I've been doing mine for about a year and a half now, but that's not long enough, especially if you're the pound the pavement type, and
right.
There is no failure unless I quit,
That's what I think. He did mention that Fresh and Fit demographic is 18 to 40 single men, and I believe that fits you into that description. So I guess he's saying I don't fit into that demographic, but I guess you do.
Technically I do.
Off his own words. So Kavos, welcome to the stream, dude. W Camp, W Chat. All right.
Where are you at now?
Right now I'm at 734.
734. Give me a sec here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ready. 3,
2, 1, go.
And the first thing is, he doesn't even know the guy's name. Okay, he doesn't even know the guy's name, and so he sits there and he talks about Fresh and Fit. So when he talks about Fit,
it's
he
an
says,
accident, okay? Don't be so hard on him for not knowing the name. Camp and I've known each other for like almost a year now, 8 months or so.
He doesn't even know his name. So we'll start.
Don't be so hard on him.
I gotta make sure everybody else makes it now. All right, let's send the link. Paste that. That's the link to the actual video. Hopefully you guys will make it on over here. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. You guys had a little bit of technical difficulties, but I got it figured out. I have a special guest with me. His name is Hank Russell from the Hank Russell. Oh gosh, what's the name of your show again? I'm so sorry. I feel so unprofessional right now.
Look, he doesn't even know the guy. He's sitting here talking about Fresh and Fit and all this stuff. And
I didn't
the first
take
thing
it the
he
wrong
reads on
way.
Is this person?
But
He
I
doesn't even know
can't
their
not
name.
remember to show it first.
Pause real quick. Yeah, I think that I thought saying Hank Russell was fine, but then I wanted to actually introduce your show so that my audience could go to your channel and check out your stuff too. And yeah, the word invitation completely evaded my brain, but I got it back within 4 seconds. So for them to say, "Oh, I completely forgot your name," that's probably your first mistake. Okay.
Well, the problem is he was nitpicking. He's nitpicking. The perfection does not exist, my friend. I'm telling you, it does not exist.
In the words of Fresh and Fit, we do it live. Go ahead, Sonic.
That's
I
right.
wanted to say that he's talking about, like, you know, that you're making the argument that Fresh doesn't contribute to the show. I just want to go ahead and just say, like, listen, bro, like, what Fresh does on a show, he gives the appeal as if he doesn't do anything on the show. So that's why people have that perspective on him. And Camp is more, and both Camp and Hank can both have that perspective because, again, that's what Fresh presents, you know. So I don't think that he should be, I guess, I guess lambasting, since he's doing this in public. I don't think he should be lambasting you guys for having that perspective. Because again, you know, it shows for it's it's just something people develop, you know, from watching Fresh. So yeah,
And which, you know, he doesn't have enough time in to be making these such strong claims, you know? Like, I think if he knew anything about the Daisy saga, anything about the Miranda saga, you know, and then just like Fresh saying the F slur on Twitch, getting them like banned and stuff, like, you know, there's a lot of things. And then I guess all of the call-in shows, I don't think he's watched any of those. I think that would have been helpful for him to watch and at least still develop a little bit more of a well-rounded opinion. Cokebenni says failure isn't falling down, it's staying down. That's a good one, man.
yeah,
I like that.
when it comes to Villa, like I seem, again, like I know that he's coming from a place of, like, you know, I don't want these guys to hate, but I mean, again, like, you know, it's not really hating if you're constructively criticizing, you know. At least to me, that's what I think you guys are doing. I disagree, obviously, with you guys. I think, like I said, you know, Fresh, to me, he does contribute, but not in the way that perhaps most people want him to contribute. But yeah, for the most part, people can have that perspective. So yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think it would be simple for Fresh to just say what he does, you know. Like, I get he wants to like be mysterious and stuff, and maybe he feels like he doesn't owe the audience that answer. But I definitely think that it would nip everything in the butt if he just laid it out and just be like, look, so that everybody can shut up about it. Finally, this is what I do, you know. So that way nobody else can say I don't do anything, you know. And maybe he just doesn't want to articulate his position. Possibly, maybe he doesn't think too highly of his position. Maybe he thinks he could do more. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But
He probably does this like behind the scenes as well when he's not even doing it live. Because I feel like Sneeko also always like reminds him, like, dude, like, you're not in the CIA. Just speak your mind. Like, why are you doing this? You know. So
yeah,
I don't know.
it's all about protecting and, you know, protecting bridges that they built and not, like, you know, not severing any ties with anybody, because you never know when you might need them on, you know, down the end. You know, we know that Fresh has confirmed that they will be doing a collaboration with whatever podcasts, you know, that's in the works. And that's something that Myron stated would never happen. But, you know. All right. So let's get started. 8:54. That's where we're at right now. Let me know when you guys are ready.
All
I'm
right.
ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now, the invitation. No, the Hank Russell invitation. Sorry, my brain had a brain fart there. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate. And you know what I enjoyed
Yeah.
the night owl.
So what if I get my tongue tied?
That's fine.
These guys can't even talk.
This is what I used to do.
Perfection
when I was in
doesn't
radio
exist.
business, so this is right up my alley.
Now, this guy used to be in the radio business. He goes on to talk about how he has started his podcast, and he goes on to talk about a meet and greet he did with Fresh and Fit. And he goes on to say that basically they had a meet and greet and they were a little bit salty toward the people. And he goes on to say that they talked about 20 minutes and then they spent about an hour's time individually meeting with people. Now, if Fresh and Fit didn't care about people, they didn't care about influencing young men in a positive way, they wouldn't have made this, obviously. They wouldn't have provided them with food. They would have individually went and met with them. So first, from the very get-go, I hear this guy, and he has an animosity toward Fresh and Fit. So we'll hear that now.
The problem was I was in my mid-30s at the time, so now I'm getting older, and I'm like, can I do these night owl hours anymore? So we're gonna find out here in the next hour or two.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, man, these live streams, they just kind of go wherever they go. I have, the chat that
Catering and stuff like that with a bunch of fruit, cheeses and deli meats, all the stereotypical things like that. And then
Now-
they talked to you for a few minutes and had a small Q&A. And they mentioned that they were going to come out and mingle and stuff, and everybody talked to everybody, and they did, and they did.
They did.
And they were very dismissive towards a lot of people,
He's-
and then they weren't.
Now he goes on to say that they were very dismissive, and he goes on to say a bunch of different things about them.
Pause.
So,
So, Fresh and Fit, I don't think he understands like the $4,000 yacht party, that turned into like $1,000 yacht party.
Yeah.
And like how they're all about money now, because now that they're demonetized, like they have to fleece their fans all the way around. Like it's like, look, you guys want to be part of the Castle Club. Now the Castle Club is free, but there is like a premium Castle Club that you can pay, and that's like every month and stuff to get pretty much everything that you get for free anyway on YouTube,
Yeah, and I need to point out, yes, I did say they were dismissive. And I need to point out that I was in Miami when this is happening. I accidentally said, by the way, I believe I accidentally said Nashville. If I did, I'm in Tennessee, so I'm in Nashville all the time. That's our Las Vegas. That's our Miami. That's our New York. So if I ever say the wrong city, I was actually in Miami when this was happening. They were in an event down there and stuff like that. So.
So he got that wrong, that they were. Did he say that?
No, he didn't say that. I was correcting myself.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
One of the things I'm doing is that I'm admitting it to my mistakes, and I meant to say Miami because I don't think they've ever been to Nashville, But I was in Miami when they had, and this was like, oh gosh, it's been a few years now. It was, I've been listening to Fresh and Fit for 4 years, so so it's been within 4 years. But anyway, yeah, no, being dismissive. I mean, I will say this. Fresh was actually, he was okay and stuff like that, but you could tell that they're just a little bit like those nerds that became the head of the table sort of type, and there was just kind of a, maybe, I don't know, almost like I didn't want to be there type thing. I don't know how you kind of have to feel the room out to understand that, I can't fully describe it. It's like when, you're in a room full of people or you're in a room full of celebrities and the celebrity kind of does it as it's like almost like they feel like it's a job to them as opposed to just actually wanting to be there sort of thing, I don't know.
So go ahead. Sorry.
No, you first.
I was just going to ask you, how much did the meet and greet cost to attend?
I was in radio, so I got a friend of mine down in Miami. So he had gotten me one. He had gotten me a ticket for free. I didn't pay a dime.
Nice. Okay.
I didn't pay a dime to get in. I have, I've still got connections in radio and stuff like that from like the last 20 years or so. I have a friend of mine in Miami. I got some a little bit all over the country, with the exception of maybe out of the 50 states, maybe 10 states I don't have connections in and stuff like that but this guy is in Miami, and I've got a couple people in Miami that do their thing, and I got a ticket in for free in the door, and I was just kind of sitting in the back. I'm probably literally one of the top 5 oldest guys in the room. So
okay. I was just wondering, like, maybe this wasn't like a free event. Like you probably still had to pay, a little bit of money. You said it was a couple of years ago. Maybe it wasn't as much as they would charge now. But I don't think it was a free event. I don't think that was going on.
And keep in mind, I was a super fan at the time, but I was also there for research and stuff like that, just to see what it was like at one of their events and stuff like that. What were they like as people,
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Sort of thing.
Just feeling things out. I gotcha.
All right.
I do want to go ahead and just say real quick. I kind of don't like how he's setting up this whole video already. Like he's kind of like invalidating you guys, disqualifying you guys and your experience. That to me, I feel like it's a bit tacky because I don't know. To me, like he talks about not hating on Fresh and Fit, but this is like exactly what he's doing to you guys.
Oh, he's white knighting for Fresh and Fit right now, bro.
Yeah.
You can make the argument and say like, oh, you guys are doing it to Fresh and Fit, but I mean that kind of defeats your philosophy behind, like stop hating on people. If you're perpetuating that what you're trying to stop, so.
His whole thing is you either hate create or imitate. And he definitely doesn't want to hate. He doesn't want to imitate. He wants to create. But he is hating and he is imitating with the sound effects. So, and maybe he is creating new content, you know, because he's not, you know, showing the video of what he's reacting to. It's literally just him. So it is his own content, technically. But, you know, who's to say what my content will be in 2025, you know? Like, I just happen to have this information and a kind of a mindset that I can talk about things, especially when it comes to current events, red pill, just the hypocrisy of it all. And I can, if I see bad information being peddled out there, or if I see if it's coming from a place of, we just need to make money, okay? So we need to just say whatever we need to say. We need to give the audience what they want, which is crash out moments, you know, memes, you know, OnlyFans links. It's all, it's like, it's almost, you can kind of see the formula and how it is working now. So, Cavo said Sonic's mic is kind of low. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Yeah, I did boost him a little bit.
Well, Sonic, you may need to take that pop mic off and get up on it more.
Yeah. Does this sound better?
That sounds a lot better.
That sounds a lot better.
There we go. All right.
Pull that thing to you while you lean back. Lean back.
Well, they always say, what's it called? You know that hang 10 sign you do with your hands? You're supposed to do the tip of your pinky to the mic and then the tip to your lips, and that's how far you need to be at all times.
Fist length. Yeah.
Fist length, that works too. Yeah, that works as well. So, all right, we're at 11:05. Let's keep this puppy rolling. 3, 2, 1. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, go.
You had a crowd of maybe like, I don't know, maybe 120 people, something like that. And, you know, that's not a bad crowd for a podcast.
Which, okay.
And I'm
so
just
now
predicting
at this
that number
point,
by
he
looking at
says
it. Okay.
about the number of people that have
I don't
come
know
to
the
this
count,
place.
actual
And so the
count.
number of people that have come to this place is 121 people. And he goes on to say that that's not a bad crowd for a little podcaster. Right? Here's this video that they have set up. And the very first thing that they talk about is a meet and greet that they did with him. And then they talk about how the size of the crowd, and then it's not that bad.
That's not how famous your podcast is. You know, that's not a bad crowd. And you know, a lot of
Look
people
at
felt
the
very
guy.
bad.
He's like,
So
Pause.
I know you hated that.
So, the fact that we're having this conversation, I'm like, hey, you know, can you talk a little bit about Fresh and Fit, because you've actually had experience meeting them? That was kind of just setting up who you are, you know, like, why are you talking to me? Because I talk about Fresh and Fit. So why did I bring you in the conversation? Because you had experience. I was basically just kind of, that's why I brought you on. And that's why, you know, I figured we could have some banter about it, because you actually have firsthand experience, you know, with Fresh and Fit. That was the reason why I was like, hey, can you talk a little bit about it? But this guy is like, he's basically trying to pin you against me, because you're saying, you know, oh, it was a good enough crowd. And and I guess the fact that I cleared my throat right at that moment, he thinks that was like a slight, because like I wasn't, I was like, oh, like, don't say that it was a good enough crowd or whatever. Like, I don't hate Fresh and Fit. Okay. Like, he thinks every little thing that I do, like, oh, I have a problem with you saying it was a good enough crowd. And when that's not it at all, I was like, come on, man. I think he's just fishing now. Like nitpicking.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Just like he did when, you know, we're fumbling over our words at the beginning. I mean, like I said, I mean, am I supposed to be perfect? Come on. I mean, I've listened to the great Rush Limbaugh fumble over his words a couple times. I mean, not everybody's going to have a good night. Not everybody's going to have a perfect metrodome system in their brain every day.
I mean, that's just the nature of live content, dude. And I think that's kind of what is so appealing to me, is that it's so organic and it's so real, you know, like you will make mistakes, you know, it just makes you human, you know,
as they say in the eCam community, live happens.
Live happens all the time, bro. Exo Charles, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you, dude. Glad you could make it, man. We got the whole squad up in here, man. This is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I'm not going to bore you guys with more what's called sound effects, man. We're just going to go forward. So we're at 11:57. 3, 2, 1, go.
Talk to people.
Well, when they were in front of the crowd, they were talking to him for maybe 20, 30 minutes. say it lasted about an hour. You know, it's just kind of like everybody's going towards the food table, getting catering and stuff like that. And then
He sounds salty.
they have, you know, then all of a sudden, like, you know, people are trying to walk up to him, which I get it. They're the guest of honor, so they're going to get bum rushed. But I've been around enough celebrities in my life, you know. I mean,
A hand gesture for jacking off. That's mature.
and I've seen them handle it way.
I don't think he. Well, pause real quick. I don't think he believes like your view of what is a celebrity. I don't think he sees eye to eye on that. I think he's just like, yeah, I don't think what is huge to him is the same thing that's huge to you. I think that's kind of what I was getting from that little gesture, you know, like you're just kind of tooting your own horn, but it's no big deal to him, pretty much.
Right. Okay. Well, then, yeah, I wasn't trying to toot my own horn. I was just stating my reality.
Well, I'm gonna need you to, I guess, be a little bit more believable because he was not impressed. Let's just say that.
Right. I understand. And I understand that was, and if you watch my video podcast, if you watch any of my episodes now, I've only got one quasi celebrity that I've interviewed on this particular on my particular channel. So it's not like I'm there now. So I will admit that I am not there now as far as interviewing celebrities. I have one quasi celebrity, and I bet you half my paycheck you've probably never heard of him. So there you go.
Cokebenni said the hustlers unite. Exo Charles said unite. Yeah, man, hustlers, man. I think the term is already in place, man. You guys are going to be called the hustlers, and yeah,
man. Or you'll have to ponder over that. But that sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the the group of what's called. I was trying to think. Saint in the Center, he has the Assassins, you know. It was a Champions Club is for what's his face, the other guy, and you got a Fresh and Fit Tards, you know, for Fresh and Fit. So there you go. We're at 12:34. 3, 2, 1, go.
You dumb punk motherfucker. You know, quasi famous, and
I guess that sound effect was for you, Hank.
Yes, I know it was. I'm ignoring it.
It just really irritated me, man, because we can
For the
agree
time
on
being,
some of the
I
things
will
they
ignore
say,
it.
but
If he hold on, I gotta pause again. I'm sorry. If he took like the time to, you know, pick out all these sound effects, which I guess he premeditated all of this stuff. Like he was like, okay, I'm gonna have this sound effect, this sound effect, and this sound effect. Do you think he should have like watched the video and maybe prepared some points so that whenever he was ready to do this live stream, he could like have kind of like no dead air? Or do you think that he's like, no, I see how Camp Hustle does it. He just kind of goes off the cuff. I can do that too. He makes it look so easy. Do you think that was it? That was what he was thinking?
No comment. I really don't know what to think of that.
Oh, or maybe he doesn't understand that dead air is bad. I don't.
I mean, you know, dead air is going to happen because it naturally happens. You know, nobody, like I said, once again, nobody's perfect, but
Right. I guess. I don't know. I think he focused on the wrong things. He's like sound effects, and then I'm just going to wing the video. That's what I'm going to do.
right. I mean, I get it. You know, hey, I'm not gonna knock a guy for giving a good effort. So he is giving a good effort for his first time. So.
He gave it the old college try.
There you go. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, live happens.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that with the sound effects, at least for me, it's just that like again, like it sets up this atmosphere where it disqualifies and invalidates you guys because he's using like really strong, at least to me, because I care a lot about like words and like what their meanings are. So when he says like moron and all of that, like to me, it's just like, oh, come on, man, like your name calling, like
Yeah.
Little immature.
I would almost say it's hating.
could be called that.
I got my own sound effects too.
Oh, but I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think the sound effects are congruent with what's going on in the video. I think it's a little too strong for what he's trying to convey.
Right.
At least Fresh and Fit, whenever they're like, okay, let's go back into the dream world, whatever. And then he does that little dream sound, whatever. That kind of makes sense. You know, it was a little cheesy at first, but it makes sense because he says the same things in order to trigger those sound effects. This guy is just pressing buttons because he's just like, I hate these guys. Dumb motherfucker. It's just like, I don't know. I think it's a little too strong, and I think he needs to choose if he's gonna do the sound effects. He needs to make them a little bit more subtle. you know, in my
Oh,
opinion.
yeah. It is a little juvenile.
Use them a little bit more sparingly. That's all I'll say about that. So we're at 12:52. Is that where you guys are at?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
That a little bit, but
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into it. We
I
sure
wish I
are.
had a better, more complex answer than you need to treat people better.
To
He's,
the
he went on to say that his feelings were hurt because they needed to treat people better. Okay,
success.
okay.
But then also getting that female portion where, you know, most men we don't really get to see. It's kind of being able to see behind the curtain. But now it's
Those guys
now
are
it's just evolved
quasi-celebrities.
into, like,
They
a
should be able to
Jerry
learn how to treat
Springer-esque,
people better,
like,
for the record.
show on YouTube.
Okay, so let's get to this. I made a comment on this on this thing, and basically saying, you know, why the hate? Why so much hate? And you kind of basically said, well, where am I hating? Like, I'm just calling out this. I'm calling out this. If you called my show Jerry Springer-esque, that's not really on the kind side.
He hasn't
That's-
seen the Jerry Springer-esque
that's a little
videos.
bit of hate. So I'm
Yeah.
going to show you throughout all these little places that this guy is just basically hating. And I could care less about Fresh and Fit, what they do. You know, I'm glad that what they are doing, I have no affiliation with them.
Clearly.
You know, I'm not trying to be a white knight. All I'm trying to do is point out that this guy
You think I'm a punk, do you?
Yeah, I do think you're a punk. I think you're a punk. And you're a 40-year-old man, gamer, who has kids, watching a show, and you wrote a book about it? What the fuck is that?
That was a joke. Went over your head.
That everybody just waits to see, like, what is the next viral moment that's going to happen. And you know, we're actually going to talk about a few of those moments most recently. But that's kind of what it's you know, it's really something that it's like a car crash, you know, that you know is going to happen, or a train wreck space, or when he is when really it's just like, no, you just broke terms of service, man. Simple as that. And I think Myron has, you know, the other people around him to kind of like let him know, like, oh well,
So he's just
which is like their own little website where you can donate. It's like a donation link, and then they also have the Rumble rants.
so apparently Fresh and Fit, they've got demonetized, and I don't know if they are still demonetized. I know that they're making money in probably different ways. And one of the things that he discusses here is, well, you know, if they violated the terms of service, then they should be, you know, demonetized. But in almost the same breath that they said, yeah, like we believe in free speech. You should be able to say anything that you want.
Pause.
And,
Pause.
you know,
I believe you should be able to say whatever you want in real life, but on a privately owned platform, I understand that there are terms of service, and you can't say whatever you want. So that's the context of the conversation. His argument is that we are saying that Fresh and Fit shouldn't. What I said was, yeah, you guys broke terms of service, so yeah, you guys deserve to be demonetized. And what he's saying is that, you said, Hank, that you believe in free speech, but you understand that it's a privately owned platform and there's terms of service. You break it, you deserve to be demonetized. So, like, I don't understand what his argument is as far as, like, he thinks that we're coming at Fresh and Fit for saying bad words, when I'm like, no, that just makes sense that you guys got, you know, canceled off of Twitch for saying simp. Myron said simp a bunch of times, and then Fresh said the F slur, and then and that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Cokebenni, you're trying to give us alcohol poisoning. You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it, buddy.
Yeah, Cokebenni said, he said it again, guys. Drink up, bro. We're gonna be on the floor.
Man.
If we follow those rules of, like, every time there's dead air, every time he calls me like a 40-year-old gamer with wife and kids, it's like, bro, we're gonna be on the floor, bro. That's like,
Dude.
he's got something against 40-year-olds. All right. Hope nobody in here is 40 years old. All right, because he has pitchforks for us. All
I like Cokebenni already. This is what an amazing supporter. I love him. Thanks, man.
I'm telling you, man, he's great.
Uh, yeah.
I do want to go ahead and go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go, Sonic. You're good.
I was gonna say that I wish he would have finished his thought, because he said all I'm trying to do, and then he just jumps to like attacking you guys. I really wanted to know what's the purpose of this video. Like what's his purpose? Because if it's
I'll be
to
right back.
stop, yeah, sure. If it's to stop you guys from trolling, it's to me it's kind of like, again, you don't understand Fresh and Fit like that, because I don't know if you guys know this, but you know that he actually was shouted out. I think he like went on a show. I don't know if he was shouted out, but he was shouted out for the wrong reason, because Myron or Fresh, I don't know which one, thought that he was trolling them.
I didn't see that, but I saw his response video to Myron about that, which, we can show that real quick. It was basically just him apologizing to Myron, saying that, oh, I wasn't trolling you guys, and all this stuff. And he was like really like on his knees and stuff. But it was just like, Myron, I was not trolling or whatever. I was just, and that's the thing. I would like to see that video, the context of Myron saying that to him, because I was like, I don't even know what that was from.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to say though is that like it's stuff like that Myron does, where people have like this perspective about him, and he got like a taste of that. So I don't know, I just kind of want to just go ahead and bring that up.
I mean, that's his hero, man, and that's the thing, bro. It's like you have your hero. Like, that's the thing. Myron wasn't even rude to me when I spoke to him. When I was like trolling Fresh and stuff, like he never we kept it respectful, and the fact is, like, Myron came at him about that. I think that's kind of poetic, because this guy is 100% in Fresh and Fit's corner. Okay, like that's like I think, the more context he gets, I think if he really takes the time to watch the videos that they moved all over to Rumble, and just see the hypocrisy, and how Myron is super loyal to a fault. He's loyal to the Tates, he's loyal to Fresh, he's loyal to anybody, and then how he came at ABBA. I think he needs to watch that. I think he needs to see like how there are times when Myron gets unhinged, and most of the time it happens when he's on X Spaces, or if he is talking to like a Tariq Nasheed, or if he's talking to just a random girl on the internet. Like, he will just completely crash out and make himself and the brand look bad.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why I kind of wanted to have him on the podcast here, because I really wanted to ask him, like, dude, what do you think about Myron just going on, like, being completely unhinged on X, always bashing women like consistently,
Right.
I really want to know that, because of course, like, there's always better ways that you can handle I guess castigating or lambasting women online, but yeah, like the way Myron approaches it, it's just like, I feel like it's a little, no, not even a little, way too excessive, So, and of course, all the other stuff as well, like you mentioned, the KKK stuff. So, yeah, I would really like to know what he thinks about, what VillaTube thinks about that.
And and I need to point out Abin Preach, if you didn't already say it, he pointed out, they pointed out that Myron said bring back bigotry or something like that. And I didn't hear the whole video of what Myron said about it, but Myron has this reputation of wanting people to say things like bullying and stuff like that because it makes men stronger, sort of thing. And I'll have to watch the video, so I'm paraphrasing I'm paraphrasing and assuming strongly that that's probably one of the reasons why he said bring back bigotry and stuff like that, because bullying made them stronger and better men, sort of thing. And I just do not agree with that. Myron's a lot smarter than I am. I'll give him that. He's smarter than I am, and he'll have an answer for everything that I say if he ever watches this video. But I'm sorry, I don't agree with bullying or anything like that. So,
I think it's all rage bait at the end of the day, bro. Like, he's trying to get people to go over to his podcast, go over to his page and stuff. So, if he can say something that's like outlandish and, just flagrant to get people to react, that's what he's going to get. He's going to get people to react to him. He's going to get people to retweet, and that's how he's going to be able to stay relevant. It can't be like, he can't go out and just say something inspirational. He has to say something that's going to get people to get a reaction.
Yeah.
Cokebenni says Myron always preaches about him never wanting to be the guy people talk about when they say never meet your heroes, yet he insults his true supporters for calling him out. 100% true, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Myron is not. I think he used to be a role model, you know, back in the day. He could have been considered a role model, but I think now he's just fallen so far. And it's like nobody wants to be like him now.
I listen to his show every time. I listen to the Fresh and Fit podcast every time it came on, up until probably, in the past year or so, because, I mean, they did the black women bashing thing, probably almost 2 years ago now, but I let it go because I thought maybe they would do like they did with Preach, because they did admit, they did kind of apologize and made a good apology towards Ab and Preach and stuff like that. Ab and Preach just never accepted it because it was so transparent to them.
Yeah, I mean, they had thrown probably more than 10 copyright strikes to their videos and stuff, and YouTube like really came down on them and said that, you need to retract all of those. And I think Abba was like, yeah, like, dude, there's no way that we would work with you or whatever like that. Like, you would have to go on video and apologize for all this stuff, because otherwise, we're gonna push forward with whatever issue we have with you, because I mean, you can't abuse that system, the copyright system, especially when all they're doing is just doing reactions, critiquing, and they're not like just re-uploading their content. It's not that at all.
No,
but
all right, where are you at now?
Exo Charles says true supporters left a long time ago. That's true, man. They basically, Myron's audience is basically he inherited a lot of Kevin Samuel's audience, and he completely has alienated them for the alt-right, and people like freaking hate him, man. Like, I couldn't even tell you what his supporters look like now.
No.
Cokebenni said that I stopped watching after he got pissy at me on his night train stream.
I finally watched that after he sent me the link to that, or Cokebenni. I watched it, and Myron was like, I don't know who this fucking Cokebenni is, man. But yeah, dude, he was pissed. Like,
oh yeah, Cokebenni needs to send that to me too. I'm Hank Russell on Instagram. Let's talk. Just Hank Russell. No, Hank Russell. That's all you got to put. No spaces.
Cokebenni's out here making a name for himself.
He's on my good side, so I like Cokebenni.
So we're at 1551.
All right.
You ready, Sonic?
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
A lot of people have, stopped streaming on YouTube, stopped streaming on different services because of these issues. I believe that all speech should be taken.
And I want to say through Castle Club, there's probably another one, how they get money, but I mean, shit, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a Cash App or a PayPal link eventually, because eventually, man, like, these spaces are going to probably take away their monetization or their way to get money and stuff. So it wouldn't be a bad idea.
As well as they should, depending on the context. I believe in freedom of speech 100% through and through. But if you know that you're going to break guidelines and you break those guidelines intentionally, as smart as Myron says he is, then you deserve to have your ass kicked off.
Well, I mean, he'll always see it that it was a Matrix attack. That's how he'll see it.
Most of the time is. Most
Pause.
of the time
Pause.
Yeah.
So I think this guy is a tater tot. I think he follows Andrew Tate. I'm getting the view of that.
Yeah, he has kind of. I'll say this. I didn't want to say that because that's a bad insult, but he does kind of have like an Andrew Tate type vibe to him,
Yeah. Like, it was a Matrix attack. Like, I don't think I think he like 100% believes that the Matrix has now turned its eye on Fresh and Fit and has them under their thumb right now. When, I don't think that's the case. I think they just broke terms of service.
I don't care if Andrew Tate can whoop my ass. I do not care for Andrew Tate you know, the main comment that he made that got him kicked off. He deserved to get kicked off for that. That's, you know, this whole red pill thing is getting out of control. But I know 2 red pill guys that are actually good dudes that actually have a, you know, a little bit more mature way of looking at it. You know, these guys, they're always like my way or the highway sort of thing. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works, partner. There's a word called compromise. And, you know, that's how Andrew Tate is. That's how Myron is. Fresh clearly isn't, because it's her way long enough for him to get his dick inside her, you know. And I'm sorry to be so vulgar, but let's face it. I mean, Daisy Chin. I mean, let's face it. I mean, come on. You know, if you know the Daisy Chin story with Fresh, you know.
I mean, he's paying his way now, you know, to get to what he needs to get. You know, I mean, the thing is, he has this money stream that's coming in through the Castle Club members, FNF Super Chat, and then also the luxury car business. You know, so whatever extra money he can put towards, you know, tricking and stuff, you know, he'll pay it forward, of course.
That's the only difference is that he's no different than any other trick in the strip club. The difference is he can afford it.
Right.
And I realize that I just said some things about Fresh, but he's not my beef. You know what I'm saying? He's not my huge beef. Myron is.
Well, Fresh is the low hanging fruit. He's easy to dunk on, and but the I've already admitted this on previous videos that the reason Fresh and Fit are where they are at today, you know, all the good and all the bad, is because of Myron. 100%. He's been steering the ship the whole time, and you know, Fresh has just been in the little tugboat, you know, right behind it.
Right.
So, but yeah, that's Cokebenni, he says, I don't have an IG, but I can send it to you on X or Reddit. So there you go. All right. 1702 is where I'm at. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
They're trying to silence the truth, man. When really it's just like, no, you just broke terms of service, man.
Okay, understand all
And
that.
I think Myron has, you know, the other people around him to kind of like let him know, like, oh, well, you know, it was a racial slur that you did, or, you know, it was that word that you're not supposed to say on Twitch, you know, and which, you know, they updated, I think on Twitch, you can't say
Zionist.
What was that?
I'm gonna move on.
Whatever that means.
Let's see what we got here.
Belong in front of the camera, or does he belong behind the scenes?
Oh, yeah. All right. This is okay, I got one right
Here we go.
All right, so he just basically asked if Fit should be in front of the camera or not.
He got it right first. It was Fresh, not Fit.
Now let me ask you something. If you and your buddy make a podcast and you've been going along all this time, both of you on stream, talking, interacting with guests, and this guy comes along and basically questions whether you should be on camera on your own fucking podcast, like, what kind of shit is that, dude? Who the fuck are you to go tell somebody else on their own podcast whether they should be or they should not be on camera? Like, you look like such a little man when you do this.
Is that hate?
Like a little man.
I don't agree with him, but you know,
Pause.
the name call it.
Pause.
Yeah, the name calling is. The name calling is. But what he said, I kind of actually like agree with that part. Yeah.
I should. The thing is, like, I didn't put it to a point where like, oh, Fresh needs to be off the show completely. I think it could still serve a purpose in terms of like networking and, you know, I guess establishing, you know, connections with new people, whatever. Basically, constantly bringing in a flow of guests. I think that he could, you know, if that's what, you know, a little portion of what he does. Yeah, absolutely. But that's about where it ends. I don't think that Fresh really offers much to the conversation, you know, in terms of whenever there's like, not the girl show. I'm talking about just the normal show where they have like male guests on and they're talking about stuff. I don't think that Fresh ever really contributes to the conversation in a meaningful way ever.
No, I could somewhat agree with that. He has his moments, but they're so few and far between. But I will agree with Villa on that one, is that, yeah, I think that you shouldn't, you know, there should not be a reason for him just to automatically kick off this guy, you know, to kick off Fresh or whatever. But we have. See, that's the thing about it, Villa. Me and Sonic are having fundamental differences with camp here, so it's just
and it's fine. It's fine. The thing is, like, I can see your perspective and why you think that Fresh should be on the show. Like, I get both of your perspectives and why you guys think that. I don't have an issue with it. I just believe that, if Fresh is going to be a part of the team, I think he needs to contribute. If he's going to be in front of the camera, I think he needs to be able to contribute like something that isn't just like dumb humor, Like, I don't know.
Right.
Maybe that's a stick that goes all the way back to like Howard Stern with like Stuttering John, Adam and Carolla show. I'm sorry, Adam and Dr. Drew, whatever, from Loveline. Adam Carolla was basically the Fresh character, and Dr. Drew was the more straight character.
Yeah.
So I kind of get that dynamic, and we're just seeing it again here. Go all the way back to like Johnny Carson and Egg McMahon. Like, I get it. There's always going to be one straight guy and a funny guy. But
the lead commentator and the color commentator.
Right. I just think that, I don't know. It comes off more as like cringy than actual funny to me.
Right. And I'm I admit that I'm more generalizing Fresh. I don't want to be that guy that nitpicked because I was a little irritated with Villa nitpicking. So I won't do that to Fresh. I'm more generalizing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, this dynamic has worked for as long as it has. It doesn't show any signs of stopping, and more power to him. I think I've said this on, past videos that I don't have an issue with this show being on. I think that if they if they continue to be successful, more power to them, because it does not affect me at all. If they get canceled, it still does not affect me at all,
Right.
So I'm kind of like on the outside looking in. I have no dog in this fight, but I just came in there with trying to be a little bit funny and also trying to maybe offer a different perspective, but I know that I have no power in changing things, especially when it comes to Myron. Myron is very set in his ways, and his loyalty is really what guides him for most situations.
Yeah. I do also want to go ahead and say that, like, one of the main reasons why I can disagree with you, Camp, is because I understand your position. I understand where you're coming from with that position. I do want to go ahead and just critique Villa just a little bit. It seems to me like he doesn't exactly have a good understanding of where you're coming from when you say that about Fresh, about that he contributes very little and that he should do like behind the scenes stuff. I think that if he really does want to critique you on that argument, or he wants to counter argue, I think it's important for him to understand where you're coming from, because I heard you, I talked to you for some time now, and I understand where you come from with the whole Fresh, working behind the scenes or getting off the camera,
And to be completely honest, I'm sorry to cut you off, but to be completely honest, my views on Fresh are actually starting to change because now he is starting to speak up more. So it's starting to improve a little bit now. So I can honestly say that. So now I think that, Fresh is starting to talk back to Myron or, inadvertently go against what Myron says. I think he needs to continue with that. That's great. Yes. That's kind of something we've been wanting. I don't want a yes man. I want a person that can actually offer a different perspective.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Fresh will be, I think that, like, one thing I love to do is I love to praise people when they have improved on things. I don't have a biased opinion to hate on somebody until the point that it abuses their career and their mindset. People grow as people, and it looks like that Fresh is growing as a person, just from what you just said.
It's not, I mean, look, again, Sonic, you can say whatever you were saying. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like, I'm not here to mess with anybody's money. Okay. I'm not here to split up the whole thing, burn the whole thing down. They can do that themselves. But like, I think that all I wanted to do was come in there and like offer a different way, maybe to improve the show. Like, I can still recognize Fresh's strengths, and now he's showing us that, I could speak up, and people are actually finally responding positively now to me. I know he can see that it's not all Fresh now. People are actually starting to be like, yeah, Fresh is finally he's finally saying stuff that we actually agree with. I think he needs to keep it up. That's all.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I definitely agree. Yeah.
So, so let's go ahead and keep going. We're at 1833.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Carl.
That's
I'm
who
your
you.
boy.
Yeah, that's right. He's your boy.
I think he belongs in front of the camera if they wanted to make their social media grow, because I don't think that you could grow the social, or I don't think he has the.
Well, yeah, that's what makes it. This is not an updated list, unfortunately. Words are banned on Twitch. God, it's not here.
This is ridiculous.
Why?
Because why would, okay, incel, yes, I've heard the term incel, but I thought it was like a slang term that you couldn't use.
See?
Now you're saying you can't even say virgin, which we know what the word.
Okay, so they sit there and criticize them for using certain words, but yet the guest that this guy has brought on is basically agreeing that it's gotten so far, our speech cannot be dictated. You know, we
Pause.
saw this in
Well,
Pause.
excuse me for being shocked that a word that is used in the fucking Bible is being censored.
Well, it's being censored on a privately owned platform. That's kind of the caveat here.
Excuse me if oh my god.
It's not censored in real life. It's only censored on Twitch. Okay. And I think that's kind of where the disconnect here is, because he skipped a part in the video to where he's missing the context. Now he's saying that we are criticizing Fresh and Fit for saying the word virgin, incel, simp, when really, like, the only reason I said they kind of deserve it was because they used it with reckless abandon. Okay. They didn't realize the terms of service and they just start spouting stuff off, and then Fresh just unleashes with the F slur, so it's like, I don't see where you guys think you're untouchable, and that's not the case at all. And they know that now. They know that, oh, we got to tone it back, especially when we're on YouTube now. We need to make sure that, if we know, they know now, like, oh, we need to go to Rumble just for a moment, just so I can, say what I need to say, and then they'll go back to YouTube, Yeah. So, I mean, that's all I was getting at, is that, if you say if you know the terms of service and you said this, Hank, if you know the terms of service and you purposely break it, you deserve what you get. And I 100% agree with that.
Yes.
That's not me coming at Fresh and Fit. I'm just saying that if you break terms of service, I don't care who you are,
I mean, if I'm in the radio business and I get pissed at them because they have some words that don't, like, I work for the station. We work for YouTube, technically, even though we don't, I don't necessarily get paid by YouTube, but we are on a platform. If you do not abide by these things, then you're probably not going to have the best experience with it, and you'll get shut down for all your hard work anyway. It doesn't take but one video to shut down your whole channel. And yeah, is it fair? No, it's not fair. I wish I could go in here and spout things and act like a lunatic and stuff like that, but I can't. And that's all I'm saying. And I got a little bit irritated when they said you can't say the word virgin. Okay. The word virgin is in the Holy Bible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why would anybody get why would anybody want to shut somebody down for saying the word virgin? Yes.
It's the context, though. I think I said before, if you are speaking to somebody and you're not, like, using it in a demeaning way, like, oh, you guys know the example, but if you use it in a way where, like, I'm just trying to define terms, or I'm just trying to, if I'm speaking to a person who happens to be that, and
Right.
and they have a very, very special circumstance or perspective, whatever, and they let us know that, yeah, I've never been in a relationship ever, I am actually a virgin, you're not going to be like, shh, please don't say that. Like, you're gonna get us in trouble. You're gonna get us banned. Like, no, it's all about the context. If you were to put somebody down and be like, oh, the reason why I'm getting all this hate is because I'm getting hate from all these virgins, incels, and da 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 da. Yeah, it makes sense because you're using it in a derogatory term. It's all about your context at the end of the day. So,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
but no, I mean, I'm sure if you brought on a guest, back when you in your radio days, and they just started like spouting off, like alt-right propaganda speech, whatever, you'd be like, okay, we got to cancel it. We got to shut this down because FCC guidelines and all this stuff. That's real stuff,
Yeah.
terms and conditions. But yeah, 1940. That's where we're at right now.
Okay. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Where where Canada is and where that's going, right? And this guy basically is saying, yeah, I agree with it. I agree that you should be able to say words. People should not be so much in their feelings today.
The word virgin means, and it's apparently offensive if you call somebody a virgin.
Yeah. Oh man.
What a clown world we live in.
See, what a clown
Yeah.
world we live in.
And I'm sorry, YouTube, if you
So he basically chastises Fresh and Fit for doing something, and then turns around and in the same fucking podcast says it's okay.
We didn't chastise them.
Like, but
No.
the guy
We
you
just
on
brought the
is already
facts
fucked up
box
3 or 4
out,
times
that
the case you're trying to
you
make.
broke terms of service. That's it.
if you get offended by me saying that, but that's weird. That's weird.
I think it's just a bunch of snowflakes, man, getting hurt online, bro. These people, they didn't have tough enough lives, man. They just
So he's
have
basically
the
agreeing
fairer
with-
skin, a little bit more grace than the African American. Evidence has come forward that she was pregnant.
Hold on.
but
Okay, so we're gonna stop it here. This guy has information, all this stuff about I don't know about Fresh and Fit's dealings with women. I could
Clearly.
care less.
Yeah.
I have my own women that I have to deal with.
Clearly, mama, grandma.
There's no reason why a 40-year-old married man should even be discussing what another man's relationships with other women are or what they're doing.
Pause.
That's just
Pause.
me.
Yeah.
When you're a public figure and your information and I guess your scandals and stuff get out there, I'm not the only one that knew that information about Fresh and Daisy Fit Chen. Okay. And I wasn't the only one who was commenting on it. I actually wasn't even making videos on it. Like I just happened to know the information because of Reddit. Okay. Like I don't watch the show nowadays. It's just like clips and stuff that I see on Reddit, and I don't follow Myron on Twitter or X or whatever. And I, like all the information that gets fed to me is either through the Telegram chat that I'm in or Reddit. It's like those are the only things, and I don't even search out most of this stuff. A lot of this stuff's just presented to me. So it's like I have endless content to make if I wanted to about these guys. If I want to just start making videos, I can do that. But sometimes it's easier just to have that information stored in my head so I can just, make a comment about it on a live stream with the context that I have. And if people want to know more about it or have questions that don't have that context, then I can do that. I can shed more light on it. And, I've done that a few times actually with Sonic. Sonic didn't know a few things about, the background of certain things. I can't remember right now, but, like I was able to give you that context. And I don't expect people to have this type of knowledge, like I don't even claim to have this type of knowledge. Like most of the stuff that I read now is all headlines. Like I'm not deep into Fresh and Fit lore. I just know what I know. And, I can piece things together because, it's not too hard. These guys are pretty surface level for the most part. And, everything they do that's controversial gets brought to the light. So it's not hard to miss unless you are just not plugged in like that,
Can I ask you a question, Camp? Why don't you watch them anymore?
It really is just, I think what it is, I think it's just fatigue. You know, it's a lot of the same thing. And I guess after I did the whole call-in show and stuff like that, I just got to a point where I wanted to start listening to other podcasts, you know, people that didn't really have, you know, like kind of outside of the red pill, you know, it's just stuff that a little bit more interested me. And, you know, I like listening to long form content. So I'm going to be listening to people that are talking about, you know, media, movies, television shows, or, you know, if people want to talk about other, you know, things going on in the world and stuff, or just how to do things, you know, that's kind of what I use YouTube for. And actually, while I was at work today, I was listening to videos on how to do the screen sharing thing on Discord. And unfortunately, this video couldn't be played on that. But, you know, it's more of an information tool now. It's not like, I don't know, Fresh and Fit was kind of like, it was just something to play in the background, man. And if it wasn't Fresh and Fit, it would have been, you know, another podcast. It would have been Joe Rogan. It would have been anybody else that I found, you know, that could be like in 3 to 4 hour chunks that I could just listen to and not have to worry about it, you know, just put it on in the background.
Yeah.
It was never like, I was never invested into Fresh and Fit to a point where I was just like, yeah, like these guys, they're giving the game and stuff. Like, no, that was never it, man. Because like, I think I told you, and I think I've told my audience this, is that I found out about Fresh and Fit through Kevin Samuels. And before I was, you know, tuned into Kevin Samuels, I was already married already. I was already out of the game. So I had already, you know, I didn't have any reason to take in any of the red pill talking points or any of the views and apply it to my life because I was already set, you know? And so the thing is, like, I just looked at it from a purely entertainment aspect, you know, and I can see how, you know, some of this stuff that they say, it's supposed to be like super alpha, you know, like it comes off a little fruity sometimes, you know, and I can find the humor in that. And I think that's kind of the only stuff that I really ever, you know, like pick up on is like, oh, you know, like you saying, oh, you shouldn't live with your woman because you need to create that distance and create that longing, you know, so that when you guys do come back together, it's like, you know, you still have that spark. But I'm like, that's not everybody though, you know? And I don't think for the average man, having a separate house for yourself to go home to and having your girlfriend or your wife with the kids in another house is a beneficial thing. You know, I thought a man is supposed to provide and protect. Like, yeah, you're providing a house for him, but you're not protecting her because you're not there, you know? That's just, I don't know. It's just certain things like that I can pick apart and be like, that doesn't seem realistic, you know? But it just makes sense to me that a lot of this information is regurgitated. You know, a lot of it's taken from Donovan Sharp, Rollo Tomasi, you know, just other creators. And then they just kind of, they cherry pick their information and what to give out. Yeah. And it's all like, you're like, I heard this from somewhere else, you know?
Right. And if you watch one of my TikTok videos, I interview a red pill guy. Okay. If you watch my YouTube video, same red pill guy. But one of my most viral, one of my most viewed videos is the concept of Rollo Tomasi. And it has nothing to do with like chauvinistic talk. Like a lot of that is more chauvinistic and, you know, things like that. And, or maybe not chauvinistic, but maybe not be the right word, but maybe like over domineering, so to speak. I don't know. Would that be a better word, do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely, you know, being in control of the situation fully, you know, and not deferring to the woman for any type of advice or anything like that. Like you're leading 100% and she's following you.
Right. Exactly. But Rollo Tomasi, in this guy's statement on my TikTok, he doesn't mention, you know, anything that's chauvinistic, and I wish I could remember what he said, but.
Oh, I mean, anyway. it goes back to the whole God over man, man over woman, woman over children. That's the structure that they like to follow. So they don't believe a woman has any say in how the relationship goes, because if you let a woman lead, she'll lead it to the destruction. So that's which I don't agree with that. I think you can definitely get input from your significant other, and a woman is supposed to be a helpmate, yes, but I also think a woman can offer a lot of insight as well, and keep you balanced. I think that's kind of what men and women are. Men and women are a balance of each other. Whereas we are the workhorses, women are the ones that turn a home into a house into a home. They create our peace, and they basically they provide what we need in order to get up and fight every day. So Cokebenni says, I'm gonna rewatch this later and timestamp every time he mentions you being 40. It's just like, oh man, I wish I could put up like a counter, every time he said I'm a gamer and I'm 40 years old and I have a wife and kids, because it's just like he says it so much out of spite, man. It's like, damn, bro. Like, I hope one day you turn 40 and have a wife and kids, man. Then you'll see what it's like, bro. It's not so bad. It's not so bad at all. All right, so we're at 21:34.
Yeah. Whenever you guys are ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
But I come from a different part of the world. Most of the people that I deal with are Arabic, and in the Arabic world, wives are kind of like a no-no. So I don't know what this guy is doing, talking about somebody else's dealings with women.
But she was not forward with the abortion and when she had it, which is...
I mean, at this point, it's like we're 40 minutes in, and this guy has made a book, has made 3 or 4 podcasts.
Made a joke.
I mean, it's just like this animus toward Fresh Fit. For what reason? One of the things that they say is they're not contributing anything. Now, right now, Fresh and Fit is they're streaming, talking about stuff. Or at least Myron is. Money. They have Money Mondays. I just recently started watching. Them. So I'm not involved in all of the little things that they do, but the few things that I have seen and I have listened to, they're obviously trying to bring positivity, creativity, inspiration, motivation. Those are the type of things that I like.
Pause. Do you think that is still the case now with Fresh and Fit currently, that they are being positivity, motivation, inspiration? Would you say that?
I don't know. Sonic, what do you think?
I would say, I mean, like, considering that they do Money Mondays and all of this for men, I would say that, yeah, of course, the approach that they take, it probably isn't for us. But for the most part, I would say, yeah, they still motivate men to make their money, to, chase women, all of this. So, yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I kind of concur with Sonic. I think they do it. I just don't think it is as much as spotlighted because of all the controversy behind them. But they still do it, and I think they do the best that they can with their current situation of not even being monetized. So,
Cokebenni says, "Hell no, motivating racism maybe," and I kind of agree with Cokebenni. I think that it's all about money, and it's about the Myron, I think, has probably lost the motivation to be inspirational. I think he is all about conflict and controversy and rage baiting now. I think he's moved out of that whole inspiration positivity thing now. I can't tell you the last time he's ever said anything positive.
What's going on with the Castle Club stuff? Like, are they still structured like they were with DL Saint, or no?
No, DL Saint has been dropped from the generals because of the whole scam that they were running with the handling of the donations and money and stuff like that was coming into Castle Club. DL Saint, a few other generals, I think also Jocasta, he's also thrown in there. Aside from his little scandal that was going on with the underage 15-year-old girl that he was talking to, there was a lot of money that was basically being handled by them, and it wasn't going to Fresh and Fit. They were trying to set something up on the side, and it got exposed, and it got back to Fresh and Fit, and they basically did a whole clean house. They basically dropped a lot of those guys, DL Cent being one of them. And DL Cent did a podcast, actually, kind of.
It was the 3-hour one, right?
Yeah, he was basically trying to like, plead his case, kind of tell his side, and it was he doesn't he says it is what it is, pretty much. That's the whole gist of it, is that, he said that he wasn't trying to do anything negative as far as trying to take money from Fresh and Fit. But that was pretty much the I guess the ending of him. Basically, they didn't really want to. They knew that DL Saint was one of the main captains. That was part of the whole circle of people that had the responsibility of handling funds. And I guess when they found out that like one or two of them were doing something shady, he was just like, "We're just going to drop all of you guys."
Hank, do you know about DL Saint? Do you know who that is, or anything about Castle Club?
No, I do not. I'm not going to sit there and lie. I'm not going to sit there and
Oh,
lie to you.
oh, okay. If anything, Camp, let's just move off this topic. That way, Hank can also participate. Because I mean, like,
Oh yeah,
we're
that's
talking
fine.
about stuff that's
No,
esoteric.
no, I'm cool. I'm
Well,
really learning.
that's the thing. Like, I do have a lot of information that I have, just stored away for no fucking reason. It's just,
Yeah.
and
Dude, the only reason why I even know about that is because of you. Like, I would have never found out about the Castle Club stuff.
well, the only reason I know that is because I'm in a Telegram chat that pretty much keeps me up to date with like any scandal pertaining to these guys. I mean, there's people that are working 24 hours and they only have the dirt, to spread. And it is. I mean, the thing is, man, you can pretty much ask me something and I'll let you know if I don't know anything about it. But as far as that whole thing with the Castle Club generals and the handling of funds, that's kind of how things fell apart, pretty much. So, and so Exo Charles says Myron enjoys being toxic. He even said that he loved insulting people while playing Halo 3 on Xbox 360. I mean,
Well, and I just said earlier that he thinks that bullying's a good thing. So
yeah, I mean, from that perspective, it's motivating. If you got this guy, Big Mo, being your sound guy and stuff like that, and yeah, he is motivating him to lose weight gradually, and he's definitely getting some results and everything. I think it does work for some people, but I don't think there's a one size that fits all in terms of how you can motivate people. Not everybody's going to be the same. They're not going to respond to it the same. And that's just what I think. But all right, so let's get back to it. It's 22:49.
all right.
This guy.
Got it.
3, 2, 1, go.
In my mind, that doesn't change the fact that Fresh was reckless with his escapades. He basically just busted into her every night, no condom. She let him know, like, hey, I'm not on birth control, so if things go down, I'm keeping it.
Like, he knows all this information. Like, what other that's crazy to me that this guy knows all this information about them.
It was public knowledge.
Yeah, I was gonna say length or girth.
They had 2 pregnancy scares in 17 days of knowing each other.
I clipped this, right? And it's on my channel, right? This guy goes on to say that his sexual reproductive organs should be removed.
Yeah, it's a joke.
What?
Yeah, it was a joke. Pause.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip ahead of this because the whole customer coming in, but like, yeah, the whole part of me saying that was me being flagrant myself, saying I mean, if Fresh wants to finally settle down and have kids and stuff like that, more power to him. That's great, but I'm not. I think that Fresh is too comfortable in his type of lifestyle that he's in now. I don't think that that's going to be conducive to a stable relationship. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think he's hit that point yet in his life.
No, it's especially on maturity level, so to speak.
Cokebenni says, "Did you hear about Myron having a debate with Dean Withers?"
I did actually hear about it. I haven't seen it though. We'll look it up later. I'm gonna look it up in my personal time, Benny. I appreciate it.
Chris the Shugi V 1996 Camp Hustle. I subscribe to your channel and happy Hashtag KN4P1K day 2024. What does that mean? I'm so sorry.
I don't know, but Christ the Shugi, is that what he said?
Yeah, Christ the Shuggy. Yeah.
Christ the Shuggy. I like that. I don't know what Christ the Shuggy means, but
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the squad. Thank you so much for joining the channel, man. We appreciate you, man.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is just a thing we do, man. We're not haters over here. We're just kind of shedding light on hypocrisy. I mean, that's kind of gonna be my whole MO, I guess, for the following year moving forward, man. I'm not gonna be out here trying to hate on people, but if there's something to talk about, I'll talk about it. And I think people have known me or heard enough about me and stuff that I'm not a person that is I'm not trying to mess with anybody's money. I think I've said that before. I'm not trying to conquer and divide and conquer the Fresh and Fit podcast. I hope those guys make it past 2024 or 2025. I hope they make it. We'll only have to see. We'll have to see. But I appreciate people not taking my views too seriously and actually like giving me a chance to just like say what I want to say. And whether you disagree or not, I think it's great that there's a disagreement with my views, or if you agree. I think it's completely fine. I think that's the whole reason of this whole dialogue that we should be having, is that we can only learn from each other when we have disagreements. We cannot like learn anything if we're just agreeing with each other 100% of the time. So
you got another comment.
Exo Charles said, Camp, have you been in contact with Eventual Warlord? We interact frequently in the Critical Drinker subreddit. I haven't spoken to Eventual Warlord in some time now. He's the one that brought me into the Telegram group, and he's for what I understand, he's a busy guy out in Miami making money and stuff like that. And, I'm a busy guy out here, keeping myself busy and stuff. I mean, whenever we do contact each other and do speak, it's like, you're just picking up where you left off pretty much, and I think he's a cool guy, man. I think he had an issue with what's it called? One of his super chats being read. I think he sent like $20 into Fresh and Fit, whatever, and they recognize his name and they're just like, oh yeah, well, fuck that, we're not fucking reading this guy. They just completely. And then I think he like screenshot it and put it on Reddit, and I was like, man, they did you dirty, bro. You need to stop giving those fools money. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he's a cool guy. More power to him, and more success in, all of his endeavors and stuff.
Yes.
But yeah, I only have good things to say about Mr. Eventual Warlord. I am still currently in that what's it called, that Telegram chat with him. So yeah, he's there at my disposal if I ever need to, call him for something. But it's tough to get people's schedules, together, and I know for him, he enjoys his privacy, and I respect that about him. So that's all I really got to say about him.
Do you think fuck, I don't know what happened there. I think my tongue broke. But are you ever gonna like bring him on to like have a chat with him? I would love to see that, dude.
I mean, I did mention that to him a couple months back, and I know he stated that I don't think he has counted it out 100%, but I think for the time being, I don't think he has the time, which is understandable. He's not like a YouTuber, he's more of a Redditor. So I think that being the case, I wouldn't say I would rule it out. I mean, maybe it'll be eventuality, if I just tell him like, hey, it will just be an icon, we could use your Reddit icon if you want. And, you can still keep your anonymity, I'm cool about that. So. Yeah.
I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, he's a, yeah. And the thing is he's only held me in like really, high praises and stuff. So like, we both kind of have a mutual respect for one another. And, I think we could definitely bond over the hypocrisy. But yeah. Let's get back to this. It's was it 23:55? That's what I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
What's going on, boys?
Oh shit, I didn't skip ahead. Sorry, I fucked up. Sorry, that whole time I was supposed to skip ahead. My bad. Let me skip ahead here. Okay, so we're going to be at 25:15.
All right, I'm ready.
Hank, you ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. The jacket has come off.
Keep it in the shop, let it open.
I like the jacket, actually. I wish I could pull that off.
All right, let's get back into this.
Perfect.
Let's get back into this.
A quick
40-year-old
pause.
game.
Quick pause. So the fact that he uses the word gamer as kind of like a way to put me down, he has a lot of sound effects from games. Like the whole Street Fighter, perfect.
That's actually true.
It's kind of hypocritical. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no, I mean he took that from Fresh and Fit because Fresh and Fit have that, so I'm not going to put that 100% on him, but I think he needs to figure out he needs to know where that came from. So, but 3, 2, 1, go.
Gamer.
I mean, what does that tell you? This guy, we need to like snip his whole balls off, bro. Cause damn, bro.
I was about to say, hold his legs. We're gonna give him the section.
Who says that?
Wait.
Who says that another man's
It's a
balls
joke.
should get chopped off? Who
Dude.
who fucking says that?
Pause. Yeah, I think this guy is fun at parties, man. What do you think?
I think that, honestly, I think that he needs to have a lamp thrown at him so he'll lighten the fuck up.
Hey now.
Oh, now Hank is getting mad.
I was about to say, I think you need to turn down the hate, buddy. You're a little hater over here.
Oh, yeah. No,
I'm gonna have to disagree with you wholeheartly. Turn down the hate, just a tad, man.
Yeah, exactly.
We're
No, I mean,
yeah.
yeah, no, it's just I understand, dude. I mean, you gotta. That's the problem with these guys that are like pro 100% red pills, man. Lighten up a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. Like if Camp says he wants to give him a vasectomy or whatever, and needs to get a vasectomy, lighten up.
Well, I didn't say I wanted to give it to him. Let's be clear. I think it would be good for humanity that he doesn't reproduce. I mean, there's only a small percentage of men reproducing back then. I think you should just throw Fresh in there as well because that's just what I feel. Okay, that's my own individual opinion. I'm not saying it's the right opinion. I'm just saying it's my opinion.
Okay.
Cokebenni says, Camp, you're under arrest for being a gamer. Hey, I need to change this profile picture, man. I just need to take the headset off and just have my face because I'm giving off the wrong impression, Maybe 2025 I'll update the thumbnail and the profile picture. That way I don't give off this gamer vibe because, that's just freaking immature, right? I need to grow the fuck up. Sheesh. Okay, we're at 25:57. You guys ready?
All right, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
But a little fucking kid. That's who that is.
Oh God.
I mean, that would be good for mankind. Because do we need another Walter walking around here, a little baby one?
Okay, now in the comments that this guy says, he goes on to say like, where's the hate? But like you basically told another man.
I didn't tell
that he shouldn't
Fresh.
have kids. If that isn't the ultimate insult, if it was me, if you said that to me, like I'd be like, hey man, let's figure this out, man. Let's talk to each other face to face.
I agree.
Problem with me?
I agree.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's why I
because
sent
you
an
bring the
invitation
whole
for him to come on my
book
show 2 weeks ago.
We should definitely have that conversation.
I will clearly say no, and this is coming from the fact that I've talked to the guy, and it's just.
Hold on. Now the guy talking is about 400 pounds and bald. Okay, so anybody who doesn't want, I'm just gonna leave it. But
Thank you. Yeah, you were spreading some hate, bro. Stop spreading hate.
You know,
that's how I feel, buddy.
I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I did have to do it.
These sound effects, man. Jeez.
But the thing about it is that there's not like some stoop low that I will do just to get the attention that I deserve.
Okay, pause. Okay. I'm about to get off here because I've been on for 2 hours and I've got to do things I got to do. I apologize, audience, man. Y'all come see me.
It's fine.
That being
He
said-
promised us an hour. He's gone over, so we appreciate it.
No, absolutely. 2 things. Number 1, yes, I am overweight. Okay. Am I 400 pounds? I'm pushing it. Big deal. Okay. That's my cross to bear. You don't have to point that out. Number 2, I'm not bald. I'm thinning. There's 2 different reasons for it. Okay. Or there's 2 different ways to put it. There's bald and there's thinning. And if I shave my head bald, guess what? I got a pretty face, bruh. That's all that matters. I got a pretty face. All right. I'm not a ladies' man type because it would go against my way of thinking. I don't believe in like being a man-ho like these guys do. Now, that being said, why I put pause is that he said that this, I said on there, this, I will not do anything and stoop to a new low. You're on this podcast. If being on this podcast is stooping to a new low, then consider me the devil himself, because this is not stooping to a new low. Okay.
Well, I mean, no, this is a hate circle. Okay.
Yeah,
You know, this is
exactly.
this is an echo chamber, and you're part of it. I appreciate you that you're here. This is what we do. All right, day in, day out. We just hate.
No, I mean, this being on here is stooping to a new low. I mean, come on. No, it's just, I'm sorry, man. You know, and I'm not really that irritated about the weight and bald comments as much. I'm more about the low. You know, this is, I mean, I'm the devil himself if this is considered low. I'm telling you, because like, it is not low being on this show. Okay.
I appreciate that.
No, I'm sorry. You know, camp and I'm just getting to know Sonic a little bit. This is great, you know, and this is a fantastic show. Both of these guys are stand-up gentlemen. You know, I hope to do this again with you guys really soon.
Oh, most definitely, man. Most definitely.
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this all week, and hopefully one day you can keep me on all night. It's just times of the year, times of the week. It's just how it is.
Well, I mean, I have 2 energy drinks, 24-ounce energy drinks in front of me, so I mean, I can go all night. But
yeah, but
I understand.
Yeah, okay. Well, that'll work, man. Look, gentlemen, it is so good to see both of you. Camp, can you cut me off?
Yeah, actually, you can leave, and I will handle everything else. So I appreciate you joining the stream. If you want, real quick, just for the audience, you can just let them know, how can they find you?
You can find me on Instagram at Hank Russell, no spaces. You can find me on YouTube, which is my primary source of podcasting, at the Hank Russell Invitation. And then I believe it is Hank Russell Invitation or HR Invitation on Twitch. So those are my platforms. Write me, call me. It don't matter. Or, you know, well, don't call me. Well, type me first before you call me. Yes.
There you go. There you go. Hey, man, if we don't see each other before Christmas, I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, my friend. And I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be listening while I'm doing my work in the background for the rest of it. So I'm not going away completely right now.
All right. Sounds good, man.
Sure, man.
All right, man.
Take care. All right. Let me make sure he's still. I'm going to leave his icon up until things switch over. But yeah, let's. Okay, there we go. So let me go ahead and move your thing here. 1 second. Sonic, would you mind saying a few words?
Hey, how's it going?
There we go. Want to make sure I have you lined up there. Okay. All right, let's continue. I'm at 2736.
You said 2736? Okay, I'm there.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're on this
It's not gonna
podcast.
happen. You know,
doing this. This goes on for 4 hours,
maybe,
ladies and gentlemen.
I guess get a couple millions of dollars or whatever and let it go to your head. And maybe you'll realize, oh, this is the way. This is the way to do it. I need to just be controversial. I need to be outlandish.
Yeah.
And
Now, you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like to me, Fresh and Fit have done a good thing. They've made it an opportunity for themselves to make good amount of wealth. And these people here, they're just hating. That's all they're doing is hating. Like I said, it's almost 2025. You can choose to create, you can choose to imitate things that have already done well, just imitate them, or you can choose to hate. And they've obviously chose to hate.
And honestly, I think negativity sells. I think people care more about negativity than people that are just trying to improve the world, you know?
So that's why you're doing this. That's why you're doing this. You're doing this for sales. In the same sentences, you said, "Oh, I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything." Then you say it sells because that's exactly what you're doing.
Pause. That is just a fact, okay? People are more inclined to, when they're on YouTube or any other social media thing, anything that's like negative or expose worthy or, you know, any drama filled, whatever, people are more likely to be gravitate towards it. Exactly. Like the thing is, the last few videos that you had, man, I'm not saying that, you know, you're a drama alert, but, you know, the stuff that is interesting that you talk about, it's not the most sunny flower rainbows kind of things, man. It's just kind of like, wow, can you believe this happened to this, you know? And now I'm going to do my research and I'm going to bring it to you guys. I think that the way that you present facts is a very educational, but also an entertaining way of doing things. And, you know, I can only try to model myself around the people that I'm interested, you know, in viewing. So I think that's all I'm really doing here. You know, like I think talking about situations about, you know, people and the just the nuances of the I guess the drama. I mean, it's not like I don't want to be a drama channel, but there's stuff that is like it needs. Some things just need to be said, and or sometimes I think a perspective needs to be put out there that you know, it's worth talking about, you know. I'm not the thing is, okay, YouTube is all about, you know, people use it as news. People use YouTube for, you know, not just education, but they use it for, you know, current events, what's going on in the world. And, you know, I know a lot of people get their news from, you know, X and Twitter and stuff like that. But like, I think, you know, the way getting someone's perspective on a story, it kind of forms an opinion for yourself. And, you know, it gives you kind of like the starting blocks that you can now go on your own journey of learning about something, you know?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to like. I guess I kind of wanted to like make clear, because what Villa's doing here is, it doesn't really seem like he's attempting to understand your perspective at all. Instead, he's just name calling you. He's just saying all sorts of things, but he doesn't even have the facts. You know, like he said he was going to present some facts. You know, like what facts have you presented so far? You haven't convinced me of anything yet.
He also said that he was going to counter a lot of the things that I claimed, which I haven't heard a claim. I've just heard him just name call and, you know, just say that I'm a hater. Like, I mean, if that's your only argument is that I'm a hater, it's like, okay, that's how you feel. But, you know, what do you know about me? You know, but beyond the surface, because it seems like there's a lot of surface level stuff that he's saying. And that, yeah, like you said, he doesn't have the full context about. So is he really qualified to be having this opinion if he has limited knowledge? I think so, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he could like you know this, right? Like he can have an opinion, but at the end of the day, like it comes off as emotivism, you know? And usually emotivism isn't like, there's no basis on like argument there. It's just more or less, this is how I feel, this is what I think, and well, that's how you live your life. You can't really like make an argument off of that. Like I think that arguments come from a collection of evidence that you've collected, you know, and you've collected your evidence and you formed an opinion that, you know, well, Fresh doesn't exactly contribute to the podcast. as well as I do. Like, you see my videos, like I always bring a ton of evidence. Every time I say a claim, I always back it up with either the video or some sort of article or a definition. I haven't seen this from him. Now, of course, he is kind of just presenting live, but at the same time, I would expect, to have a little more, I guess, substance to it,
He needs to do the legwork, and I agree 100%. In terms of before he jumps online, he needs to have the facts in front of him, either in video format or written down on a notepad, because at least now, then he can at least focus in on what he's trying to present, because this is kind of all over the place, And we haven't, I don't really feel it's all over the place, but we haven't really gone anywhere.
Yeah.
Like I don't know any more about what he thinks other than the same points that I'm a hater. I'm a 40-year-old married with children, gamer. If anything, he's like promoting me, to his audience, and people that didn't know who I was. Now they know that this guy feels very passionate about me and how much of an idiot I am, and how much of how full of shit I am, apparently.
Yeah.
So it's very like I wish he put a little bit more effort into this. Like I'm not talking about like the production and stuff. Like the production is fine. I can just listen to this as an audio format. I think he needs to present his arguments a little bit better and not be so emotional with it. Like, just hit me with some facts, man. But, so we're at 2850.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
I agree. Yeah, I agree as far as like what your goals are, I mean, if you're doing like intelligent is because I'm white.
Preaches about all this stuff on how to be a man, but then like you are like what he says to not be. He's like, so what do you think about that? And he's just like, with these lines of questions, I just find it really funny that you don't know what I do. And I'm just like, bro, like you didn't listen to any.
So one of the things that they're talking about is the contribution of Fit. The contribution of Fit.
Fresh.
Now I've seen him. He chimes in all the time. He does this stuff. He's like, who are you to question what he does for the show? Because obviously you're not with him 24/7. You don't know what he's doing behind the scenes. You don't know what he's doing around the corner. You don't know what he's doing behind closed doors. So for you to insinuate what and that he's not contributing, it's just you sound like a little fucking boy.
A little boy, huh?
To any of that, you just basically had this like canned response that had nothing to do with this guy's like questions, and it just gave him no response. Like the guy for like it wasn't even like a 5-minute conversation.
Generally, the girl will not let you kiss her, hug her, lick her anywhere. Do you know what you're doing when you pay that kind of money? You're paying for masturbation. Only there's a human involved. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but Fresh will say that he doesn't pay for box. That he gets genuine burning desire. That's something we can all learn from him for.
Oh yeah, well
he's so smooth with the ladies.
Bro.
Pause. That's just me being funny, okay? Like,
Yeah.
Fresh does say that, but I think he says it ironically, and we see the evidence of how the girls that go on the show when in the rare moments when they rate the hosts and stuff after they've been rated, they freaking fry Fresh up every time. And Fresh, he won't even give him the response. Oh no, he won't even give him the satisfaction of like seeing his eyes. He'll put his sunglasses on, so people don't have to see the hurt in his face. And it's like almost every time girls are like, yeah, Fresh is like a 3, he's like a 2 or whatever. And it just goes to show that Fresh is a nice guy. He's nicer than Myron, and he still gets no respect.
That's crazy.
No, I mean that's the thing. Is like the thing is he doesn't have the same I guess the aura that Myron or Sneeko or that they have. Like he has a more of a reserved like demeanor about himself, and Yeah, I mean,
which isn't necessarily bad either, because I
No.
have a reserved demeanor as well. You know, I've rarely spoken in the show, like, as of late, you know, but like I think it's just how you carry yourself. You know, like when it comes to Fresh, you could tell that when he speaks, there's very little substance. Not to be mean, but to clarify that, yeah, he doesn't exactly. Even when he does speak, there's no belief behind it. There's no conviction. There's very little substance to what he's saying. You
he
know, at least with
backpedals
me,
a
I would like
lot.
to think. What was that?
I said, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but he backpedals a lot when he says stuff. He'll
That as well, yeah.
yeah, he won't go fully with it. Like once all eyes are on him because he's making a point, he'll be like, I'll just leave it at that.
And what's kind of ironic is that when he backpedals, he thinks that he's like protecting a reputation, but the reality is that he's more or less just tarnishing it when he does that. You know, because he stays quiet, and then everybody's all like, oh, like what are you gonna say? Like what is it that you're gonna say? You know, or is it just gonna be the same thing where you say nothing? You know, so I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I don't know.
It sounds like to me that the fact that he doesn't go forward with his convictions, like he'll start it but he won't finish it. That's something that he needs to work on.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah.
Because he's been showing small little baby steps of having an opinion about something, but it's always just in the contrast to what Myron is doing to torpedo the show. He's just like, look, I'm just trying to protect this thing of ours so that we can have more opportunities, which is it's a noble task that he is taking on. And Myron, he just wants to be unleashed. He wants to be able to like say whatever he wants, with no chains of whatsoever, have the freedom of it. And I get it that Fresh is trying to maintain the ship, and have it to a point where they can still stream for another day, and I think Myron is just like, look, I don't need this. I want to be on here. I want to say whatever I want to say, to the benefit of whoever wants to listen. And Fresh is like, look, man, we need to be smart about this, and I think that's just the wisdom that's something I can admit, that Fresh does have the type of tactful wisdom to like, look, we need to play this a little bit smarter,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah, Fresh does say some dumb things, man, but he's smart by holding back. I'll give that to him. So we're at 30:47.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
You sound jealous as fuck. That's like it just screams jealousy.
Jealous of Fresh? Nah.
This stuff.
Nah.
Like I give it up to Fresh Fit. What they've done a great job. Hopefully one day, my podcast will be big.
I hope that for you
But
too.
The last thing I'm gonna do is go hate on somebody. I'm not hating on you.
Oh, really?
I'm not hating on you.
Yeah.
Really?
Pause it really quick.
Really?
Pause it
Really?
See,
That's interesting.
Telling you about. This is what I was telling you about. That he's not hating on you, but the entire time he's been calling you a 40-year-old gamer. He's been insulting Hank. It's like
400-pound
you're
bald
kinda
man.
contradicting yourself.
Dude, he is spewing hate, bro. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, man, it just seems that he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. That's what this is. He says something and then now he's saying something. I'm not hating on you, and it's like, bro, man, I think you need to watch this video back, because we've been going through it, and it just seems that you have a lot of investment in the Fresh and Fit podcast. Obviously, you don't think that they you think they're doing more good than bad. And, to some people that may be true. But, I mean, if that's how you feel, I think you should do a little bit more research and, form a more solid opinion. Because I do think that you have just a surface level of what Fresh and Fit are all about. That's just factual. Okay. That's not being emotional. That's not me trying to call you out in your name or even trying to demean you or trying to say you're low IQ. That's not me saying any of that. I am saying that you are operating with a limited amount of information. And I think that's facts. So,
Yeah.
Coke-
Listen to what Cokebenni said. Like
Uh,
he said that I got to give it to Fresh for earning his first W against Myron when they talked about Nick's arrest. I never seen Myron fold like that, and by Fresh of all people, I did not know that this occurred. If this happened, I need to see that. I really do.
I mean, you want to go to it real quick? We can come back to this.
Um,
It's up to you, man.
I,
You know
Now,
me.
let's finish the video. 'cause
Okay.
Usually, like when we do that, we kind of like derail from like our objective.
All right. You're right about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe if we have time. But you know, it's true. Cokebenni, this is absolutely true. And I watched it, and you know, the fact is that Myron got quiet. And like I think I said this to you, that it was almost like the roles have reversed. You know, Fresh was finally speaking up and saying, you know, what is the point of bringing up the JQ, and you know, and saying that they control all this stuff when, what does that change? You know, and Myron's whole thing was like, well, it's just education, you know, and then the whole thing with the Nick's arrest, whatever, that was good too, because now, you know, Fresh said, you know, look, I understand that you like Nick, you know, but what did that woman do when she approached to at his doorstep? You know, did she like have a weapon in hand? Did she try to attack him? No, all she did was knock on the door, and Nick was ready with that pepper spray. He kicked her off the 2 stairs or whatever, and pepper sprayed her on the way down. You know, and Fresh was like, what did she do? You know, like, what did she do did she attack him? And Myron was like, she came to his house, you know, she shouldn't have been there. And he's like, I think that's right that she got pepper sprayed and kicked down some stairs, whatever. And he even played like the 300, this is Sparta, like all that stuff. And he's just like, I'm like, that's a little unhinged, Myron. Like, Illinois, that's where this took place, is not a stand your ground state. So for something like that to pop off, she needs to be barging in your house, you know, be completely inside of your house for you to defend yourself like that. But that wasn't the case at all. She was outside on this guy's front porch, and he kicked her, maced her and stuff. And when the cops came, they saw the bruises. They saw, you know, that she was clearly assaulted. And, you know, basically Nick Fuentes got a misdemeanor charge for the whole thing. And Myron was like, yeah, I don't think that was right. And I think she deserved more. And I'm like, bro, you're unhinged, bro. Like, holy shit, man. But no, Fresh, he had the W on that conversation. He's like, look, I understand. He's like, I agree with you, Myron, that maybe she shouldn't have been there, but I don't think she was in. I don't think Nick was in the right either. I think if anything, he played into the people's hands of, you know, that want to get him in trouble, you know, because he was like, look, if there are people that are targeting Nick, you know, sending him death threats, whatever, he played right into him assaulting that woman at his doorstep. And, you know, and Fresh was like, look, you know, I would have stayed in my house. If I went to the door, I would just use that peephole, you know, I wouldn't. And I would have even said like, hey, you know, what's your business or whatever, and then go from there. And he's like, this is what Fresh said to Myron. He's like, look, if it was up to me, I would have came out with my phone and like, I'm recording. What do you want? And then Myron it was funny
too, because he did that with that one guy that was trying to like give him an ass whooping. You remember Ayande?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He did the same
He
thing,
was ready.
but
He was ready. And you know, that was Myron was quick to grab the strap on that one, you know? Like he was ready to freaking blow that dude away, because he knows Florida law pretty well, you know? He knows that, you know, in his studio / house, you know, there's security downstairs that have to like allow you to go up to him and stuff like that. They'll, you know, so like it's very, very tough. So if someone wanted to try something, like they would have to know, they would have to know the people, which, you know, Allende worked for Fresh and Fit, so of course they know him. And I think that's how how he was able to get up there and have that whole thing go down. So,
But I think at the same time,
yeah.
Florida law states that you can't provoke the person, right? Because if you provoke the person, then it's not really stand your ground, is it?
Oh yeah, I mean it has to. Well, what was it? I think it's like duty to retreat kind of thing. So if like if you're in your domicile, like your house and stuff, and somebody threatens you, you could like pull a weapon on them and defend yourself. It would all be under the umbrella of like self defense. Because honestly, it's
But
like it's your word against theirs, and if they're not alive to plead their case, the thing is, the trick is to shoot them and then drag them in your house, and then you'll have grounds to say, yeah, they barged in and all. I mean, that's not right. I'm not saying that's right, but I'm just saying, that would be the setup that you would want to have, when the cops arrive.
Yeah, because I mean, like what he was doing with that one, that black chick, that definitely did not look like, a stand your ground type of situation. He was
Not at
provoking her the
all.
entire time,
Not exactly. Not at all, bro. That was 100% provoked, and it was just a boiling point, man. And I don't think Myron was right in that situation. I think he and going back to the whole Nick thing, I think Myron is completely like he's backing the wrong horse right here. Like backing Nick Fuentes for doing what he did and saying that the woman deserved worse. I'm like, there comes a point when you have to really look out from beyond like your friendships with people and just look at their actions, And
I don't mean to cut you off really quick, but
No,
I
you're
gotta
good.
go answer the door really quick. If you want to go ahead and play the video, I'll be back right now.
that's fine. I'm gonna read chats real quick, and just let me know when you get back.
For sure.
So Exo Charles says the current audience likes Myron because of the good things he says, but they completely ignore the bad side. And that's true, man. That is it's kind of like filtering the information. I would say that this guy right here, VillaTube, he's in that stage of just only seeing the good and ignoring the bad. He said that, I don't know if he said it yet, but he said that he agrees with the majority of what Fresh and Fit stand for and say, and 1% he doesn't agree with it. So that 1% could be the racism, that could be just the Jew talk. It could be just whatever thing that Myron has against like FBAs and stuff, and using the hard R on Twitter Spaces, and just supporting the white supremacist movement by, just doing all these crazy talking points. I just think that you can ignore that and you can call it the 1% of stuff you don't agree with. But if this guy digs a little bit deeper, he'll understand that I'm not coming from an emotional place. I'm coming from a well-researched spot. So that's what that is. Exo Charles comes back again. He says, Fresh hates Nick for obvious reasons. He should have spoken up since the beginning. Dude, I 100% agree, man. I think, okay. I think that Fresh definitely was, I think he was in his comfort zone and not trying to speak up on what Myron was saying because, he didn't think that they were going to get demonetized. I think, when Nick first came on the scene, he's just like, he might have maybe mentioned to Myron, hey, maybe this guy's banned on every platform, maybe it's not a good idea. And then maybe Myron said something to convince him that, hey, it's not a big deal, man. We'll just go to Rumble, And it ended up being their downfall. But yeah, the whole crashing out after Nick Fuentes, I think Nick Fuentes just like kind of gave them the go ahead, like go ahead and, like that whole racism thing that you got going, with the whole Klan outfit and stuff. Like, I think you should really go towards that. And now this whole JQ and, you saying that, oh, we need to get them out of the country, Nick loves all of that. So, I think Myron really played into Nick's hand with that. And, that was another thing, man. That was another thing that was just like their downfall, bro. Like, I don't know, man. You should have just kept that to yourself. You know, I don't know. There's no way that you could have said it and it would have been okay, you know? And I don't know why Myron feels like he has to be the one to say this, you know? I don't know. Cokebenni says they lied about saying Allende kicking in and breaking their door. He released his side of the video. The door to the studio was just unlocked, and he simply just opened it. That's true. I saw Allende doing his little commentary video, and yeah, I mean, I think Myron saying that he kicked down the door, that was just for theatrics, you know, to kind of like get people on his side, you know, because Myron is always going to give like the most extreme examples of how things went down when really, you know, the fact that the door was unlocked, that was just an oversight. And it's going to make him look bad because there's like, bro, you know, anybody could just walked in there. And yeah, it's kind of a boring part of the story, you know, to say, oh, I just left the door unlocked. No, this guy kicked down my door and I had to grab the strap, you know, because I didn't know if he had a gun. But no, I think now that thing's all patched up with Allende and Myron, it's kind of funny when you look back on it, because it's like, yeah, he's working for him now again, and all that's all water under the bridge now. So it's wild, man. You look at the loyalty, and yeah, he's
When
back.
did he start working for him?
Oh, I mean, I don't know if it was immediately after that situation. I think there was definitely some time in between, but I think it was around the time. No, don't quote me on this, but I think it was around the time when Gary, the numbers guy, was involved. I think I think Allende and them kind of like patched things up around that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Exo Charles says the worst thing that Nick doesn't even care about Myron. Sneeko believed in Nick and got betrayed. Yeah, bro. I mean, now they're like mortal enemies now. That's crazy, man. Like the whole and you know, I haven't heard anything from Sneeko, man. Sneeko's been quiet. I mean, I really haven't been plugged into Sneeko, but yeah, I haven't heard anything from him since that whole Controlled Chaos show getting canceled. That was like the last thing that I heard about him from, and then he just he went dark, you know. I know he was playing Black Ops 6 and just having those boring ass gaming streams and just like not reacting to the chat. You know, the chat's just like, bro, why are you camping? Like, he was just camping on the top of the stairs getting kills and stuff, and then he was getting killed. I'm like, this is I was like, dude, I understand that Sneeko, he used to do Call of Duty streams, you know, back in his Mr. Beast days, like even before Mr. Beast, and but he had commentary while he was playing the game. But this time, now he's just playing and he's not saying anything. I'm just like, damn, dude, this is like, it's like this is a neutered Sneeko, man. It's completely new, and I'm not here for it. And
Trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
The brand. He's trying to rebrand. I don't know if you saw that video, but apparently there's a video of him. I haven't seen it yet, but I saw it on Drama Alert where apparently like he got into like a small argument or a tussle with some Jewish person.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think at the end of it, they ended up hugging it out. I don't know if that's true though.
I mean,
he's trying to rebrand because, as you know, like he's made so many videos talking about, you know, down with the. I don't want to say it on your channel just in case.
No, I got you. I know exactly what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. He echoes the nearest alpha or the nearest person that he holds in high regard, and yeah, man, it's only done damage to his whole image. And it's like, what does Sneeko really believe in? You know, that's just, I can't put my finger on it because it changes so often. But
like you can get a good sense of what he believes in based off of his actions, because if you take him at his word, you quickly realize that his words do not match his actions, you know.
There's a lot of contradictions, and you know, I mean, this whole Muslim arc that he's on, it's kind of tough because he can't like do the things that he's used to doing, you know, which is like going out, you know, sleeping with girls and doing all this stuff as far as like, you know, going out and partying and stuff. Even I know he still wants to do that, but still portray this image that he's like a proper Muslim and he's like, you know, he's really trying to live his life right. But But like I said, I haven't really caught up with Sneeko. You know, maybe he'll do something controversial and come back into the limelight. But as of right now, I haven't really been keeping up with Sneeko. And you know, more power to him. Hope he changes his life and realizes that, you know, controversy isn't always the way, man. Maybe you can calm down a bit and, I don't know, maybe find a way to be creative again like he was before. You know, like I used to watch early Sneeko, and you know, I mean, he had a nice way of presenting ideas and stuff, and in a very interesting way. But unfortunately, he has now just like copied and pasted so many different influences from Andrew Tate, Zerka, Nick Fuentes, you know, and then started to hang around like Neon and Aiden Ross and stuff, and we could all see it. It was just from like, I'm just trying to stay relevant, you know, and I guess it was like clout was a hell of a drug for Sneeko.
Yeah.
So let's see. Cokebenni says Sneeko has poor debating skills. A prime example is his debate with Tariq. Oh man, I mean, I saw that, and that was mainly just Sneeko just kind of echoing Myron's points. And I don't think that Sneeko has his own. He still, to me, he hasn't shown me that he has his own ideas. He literally just, he's like, oh, you got a problem with him? What's your problem with him? Whatever. And then now that's his problem. So, but
I feel like when I don't know if you saw the debate between Sneeko and Moist Critical. Did you see that?
with the gun stuff.
No, not with the gun stuff, but when he apparently when he exposed Moist Critical about having like very cookie cutter thoughts and ideas.
I remember him talking about Moist Critical being like a soy boy, like being part of the whole soy boy group that he had.
Okay. Well, just in case you don't know, there was a debate that he had. It was the second round because the first round it was they had like a friendly debate, but then this time around he had a debate with Moist Critical, and he kind of exposed Moist Critical for having such a a conformist type of ideology. Like it was about like the trans kids, about apparently it's all right for them to, I guess, have I want to remember correctly, but I don't think I will. But just in case I don't, just don't quote me on this. Where apparently Moist Critical said that it was okay for teenagers or people under the age of 18 to have like their genitals cut off to make a transition.
That
Yeah.
I probably have to do some looking into that, but that definitely sounds like something that Sneeko would have an issue with, and I mean. Yeah, I get that.
But the reason why I bring it up is because he did expose Moist Critical for being like, for having cookie cutter ideas and thoughts. But I feel like that was very lucky on Sneeko, because Cokebenni is right. Like, I think that Sneeko's debating skills they're not exactly good. And it kind of shows when you watch him debate Moist Critical. Because when he debates Moist Critical, he's just kind of going in circles. But when he exposed Moist Critical, I think that he just got very lucky there, like extremely lucky, So yeah, I just kind of wanted to mention that.
I'll do some research, look into that, because that's not something I just remember their beef they had with like the whole guns thing and like magazines and what a clip is and all that stuff. But that was the last thing I remember of him and Moist Critical. I didn't really follow up on anything new with those two. But all right, let's get back to Mr. What is this guy's name? VillaTube. You call him Villa? VillaTube. That's his full name. Let's call him VillaTube. All right, so we're at 3116.
3116. Yep, that's where I'm at.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm just showing the world what you're doing.
Hey, that's what I'm doing.
And you've made it a book. You've made a book.
I made a joke,
this.
not a book. I made a
It's
joke.
crazy. You've made a book. I'm gonna read the comments here.
Oh, I thought
Read the comments. Hold on one.
I thought he was gonna read my book, but no. Oh no, that's one thing.
I write all this time to hate
Hold
you.
on. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to pause it.
That's
unpause.
what he got on this video. This 4-hour video, he got 4 likes. He says, I never said I hated FNF.
True.
You never said you hated it.
I still haven't said I hated them.
That's the funny thing. You don't have to say it. I got eyes. I got ears. I can see it. I can see you wrote a book.
Pause. Okay, obviously the book has gone over his head. I still currently am the only person with a physical copy of the book. But it's only a cover and like a few pages, man. And I've only worked on it because people want it now. It was never something that,
pages.
yeah, it's only like it's probably like 4 or 5 pages now. No, I'm sorry. With the forward, we're at 5 pages. But, it is something that probably will never come out. Because it's not something I'm focusing on. Like, it's just a joke. It was a joke, so I could say what I needed to say to those guys. It wasn't like, that's it, man. Like, and I think there were people that got it right away. And they were like, dude, that was brilliant. And then there's people that like, dude, that's sad that you're writing a book. And, this guy is partly part of that group that thinks it's sad that I wrote a book, when I'm just like, I didn't really write a book though.
Yeah, but
It's a pamphlet.
This just goes to show that, like, he's missing a ton of context.
Yes. And well, no, this guy sees and hears my voice, and he understands everything. Okay. Even if I say, well, he's like, I see. Yeah. Even if I say I don't hate Fresh and Fit, he's like, oh no, you obviously hate Fresh and Fit. That's why I can see it and hear with my eyes. So he's doing the whole reading between the lines thing, and he thinks I'm saying something that's not true but I'm really shielding what I really feel. And he thinks I hate Fresh and Fit, but it's not true. Hate is such a strong word, man, and I think for me to not be as interested in I guess the whole angle of hating, like I can't get to that point. I can't make myself hate these guys, I can't. It really would take a lot. It would take them personally coming after me and attacking me and stuff like that, or whatever, giving me a bunch of copyright strikes or whatever. But that hasn't been the case, and I don't think it will ever be the case. And it takes a lot of work, man, to hate people, And I can honestly say that these streams that we're doing, like once a week, is literally just me, check in with my audience and, like here's the crazy stuff that I came across on the internet. A lot of people do that. A lot of people just like gather a bunch of stuff and like they comment on it, and that's it. Like, I'm not holding any of this animosity towards Fresh and Fit. There's no jealousy there. I think I might have said I don't want to be Myron because I don't want to have his life or just his I don't believe in any of his views and stuff, and I definitely don't want Fresh's life. I'm not jealous of Fresh. I mean, I'm actually happy that he's starting to make some changes and starting to speak up a little bit. I think that's good, but that's about it, man. Like, I'm so indifferent, man. But that's about it. Let's get back to it. I'm at 32:11.
That's where I'm at.
3, 2, 1, go.
He says, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. Now I'm taking the time out of my busy schedule.
I meant that.
It's after hours in my shop. I wrote him something. He says, next time you spare me a few commas and some punctuation.
That was me being a dick.
Apparently, if you leave out a comma or a colon or a period, you don't get the gist of the meaning of the sentences. I actually wrote, I said, I don't know how you've gotten this far in life. You got all this sophisticated computer technology up on your podcast, but you don't know how to infer what a sentence means, decipher what a sentence means without a comma or a colon or a period. It's amazing.
No.
I don't see how you fucking pull your dick out and fucking piss in the toilet.
Pause. The whole thing about the whole spare me some proper punctuation, it was very tough for me to read his comments because I was trying to interpret what he was saying. And even after I read it, I did not get like, I needed more context, you know, because when somebody's grammar is so bad, like I need more clarification. That's not me being a dick, you know, but I just said it like it was. I'm like, dude, spare me some proper punctuation. And, you know, I think I didn't want to like be a grammar Nazi or anything like that, but I just wanted to say like, hey, I need more clarification because you said a lot of stuff and I want to make sure that I'm getting crystal clear on whatever you're saying. That way I can be able to properly respond back to you. And, he was obviously very emotional when he was commenting in the beginning. And yeah,
I was gonna say another thing that I noticed is that like he's trying to insult your intelligence, and he's trying to ask like, you know, how do you put your shoes on? How do you like do anything? You know? And it's quite fascinating that he's saying this because later on you're gonna see him like his phone is gonna end up falling off.
I wanted to
like,
save that.
Huh?
I wanted to save that, but I know there's some people that have already seen this. But yeah. I want to say that was no. That's fine. I think that was. I mean, if there is a higher power, I think that was a higher power because it happens at a specific point that he's making, and then it falls. I'm just like, yeah, that's a higher power being like, turn the stream off. Like you obviously are. You're saying the wrong thing, man. But Cokebenni says he's basically saying I don't need to have proper grammar. You should be able to glean from my stupidity. Oh man, you know, I think I've said this before. I don't like people that text the way they speak. You know, like it's not hard to write proper. You know, or at least convey yourself in a very concise but clear manner. And people that speak, I guess, with like slang and that type in slang, that's fine. I know what slang is, but when it comes to like people that abbreviate words and you know, it's just like, dude, take the time. If you take the time to say it one time, you know, and if I have to ask you for clarification, it's because you gotta really fix the way that you're typing, you know. But that wasn't a dig at him, you know. I was just like, look, I want more clarification because I want to be able to address you properly. I'm sure you would like an honest response out of me, but you're not going to get it if you're confusing me.
Yeah.
So that's all I was getting at. I wasn't trying to be no grammar Nazi. I was just feeling like, look, I need to understand what you're saying because you're obviously very emotional and you have the right to be that way, but I want to be able to at least address you properly. That's all this is, man. Like, you know, I think we can speak like normal, mature adults, you know. We don't have to be all emotional about it. I get it. You love Fresh and Fit, man. And I'm very happy for you. I think, you know, that there is a small percentage of population of people that only see the good stuff from Fresh and Fit. They've been able to take whatever they get from them and apply it to their lives, and you know, I'm sure of it. But then there's people that can like look at them and be like, yeah, well, you know, you don't have to do that. You know, you don't have to, you know, do everything they say. You know, you can still find good people out there that you can trust and stuff. You don't have to go in with this fear-based mindset that, oh, I need to protect my resources because a woman can basically, if she's staying with me, she can say, oh, he hit me, and then I'm arrested, and now, you know, she's living in my house that I'm paying for. This is like all this crazy stuff. I'm like, well, no, that doesn't necessarily have to happen like that. That's just your fear going to the extreme. And honestly, I think there's people out there that, you know, if you meet someone, you know, you do the proper vetting, you know, you take your time, you don't rush things, you know, things can blossom, but, you know, just don't try to, don't trust everything you see on the internet, man. That's all I'm trying to say. That's literally it, man. It's like, just take everything with a grain of salt and use your own knowledge to make things work. And yeah, that's it, man. That's it. We're at 3303.
All right, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I don't see how you put two fucking shoes on it in the morning. It's amazing. It's amazing that you couldn't infer what I was saying. And you know what I was saying?
What were you saying?
It was saying, I don't remember what I was saying. I don't know. Because you deleted the comment.
Damn,
Oh,
crazy.
pause. I did not delete the comment. I noticed that he said in that text thread, deleting comments, LOL, and I did not delete any comments. I think what YouTube did was he said something in the space of that paragraph that was not right or not terms or whatever, and YouTube can do that. I noticed that if you're on like a person that has, a significant following, whatever, and you try to post like links to your own channel, like self-promotion stuff, YouTube will automatically like delete that.
Yeah.
There's no way you can do that. And I'm not saying that's what he did here, but I think it was in his comment. His comment was saying something about, I've only watched your video. I don't remember it all, but I remember like the gist of it was, I watched 5 minutes of your video, and he basically said that, you guys are two losers talking about a successful podcast. And he said something else. And I think that whatever he said got that comment removed by YouTube. I still responded to the comment because it was up. So I responded to it. And that's why I said about, you stated that you clicked off the video after watching it for 5 minutes. And then I said, TikTok has really done a number on today's youth. That was me responding to that comment, but then that comment got deleted. And I guess he thinks that I deleted the comment when I didn't delete anything. I don't delete any comments. And, I have no reason to, because everything that I responded to is still up. So I believe that was YouTube, and I'm just here to set the record straight. I would have no reason to delete any comments. I don't delete comments on anything. So yeah, that's my take. We're at 33:27.
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
That's what you did. You deleted the comment.
No, sir.
These, so.
About as smooth as a roll of sandpaper.
I mean, he's got the charisma, right? I mean, we see it. He's oozing charisma, and the fact that he has money, that's just a bonus to these ladies, But they want him for him. That's what he'll say. She wants me for me, and
Yeah, exactly.
that's a beautiful thing.
You sound like you wish you were in that position. That's what you sound like.
No.
Sound like you wish you were in his position.
No.
Bernie Mac said it best.
It's like the end that you were getting to, you're only going to get women that are going to be there for...
The curiosity is over. You know what this video podcast, or my video podcast I do, I probably wouldn't be up at this late talking to camp right now if it wasn't for the fact that I was a single man. It's just, the women do not need to run your life as far as like from a sexual standpoint. They really do.
This is a man who's 400 pounds and bald. Talking
Jeez.
about another man who's pretty sexual active. Pitt says that he's had sex with 1,000 women. Fuck yeah. If I heard that, I'd be like, damn, dog, how you doing?
He's got that wrong again.
Let me run up some games, too. I'm not going to sit back and
Oh man. Pause. That's karmic retribution. First of all, you got it wrong with saying it was Fit that had sex with 1,000 women. That's not what he claims. Yeah, he's just like, yeah, if someone said that to me, I'd be like, yo, dog, how you do that? Like, you're so quick to believe someone saying that they've had 1,000 bodies when it's evident that this person doesn't even possess the well, he doesn't, he thinks 2 + 2 is man-made. Okay, so I don't even think Fresh could count to 1,000. but you know, that's just my own personal thing. But no, I don't think Fresh has the. I think he's definitely taking advantage of certain situations. You know, like as far as the girls being drunk after the end of the show and stuff like that. It's an easy layup. Okay, let's just. I mean, I believe that that's how his game works. You know, he's like, okay, please, Myron, don't kick out all these girls because I'm eyeing one of them, and I know they're giving you a lot of pushback, but I'm gonna need you to like, oh damn it, you kicked him out. All right, let me get my phone out so I can record this. I think there's been plenty of times when that's happened, you know. So
There's two things I do want to go ahead and say about this. So first off, he called you, you know, he was saying that you couldn't tie your shoes or something like that along the lines.
oh yeah.
Essentially insinuating that you're, you know, low intelligence.
Mhm.
And then here he is, like, you know, it, like you say, you know, like it's like some sort of karmic,
Retribution.
yeah, retribution. It ends up falling, and he completely forgets that he set an alarm for this time. So, you know,
Mhm.
I guess what I'm trying to say with this is, like, you know, in some way we're all incompetent, you know, and I think that that's something we have to embrace. But when you talk the way this man does, it almost seems like you're standing on a moral high ground, and it almost, even without trying, seems like you're better than other people, you know, and that's what he's doing here. And then seeing this in the middle of his video,
Mhm.
and then him to kind of just brush it off and say, oh yeah, no, look at me, like silly me. It's like, bro, you do realize that you were insulting another person's intelligence, right? Like,
Yeah.
I expected more from you. If that's what you're gonna, if that's the message you're gonna send out, you know.
Yeah, he set an alarm himself, I guess, to for whatever reason, and I guess he forgot about it. And yeah, I mean, it's almost like, yeah, I guess we are all human at the end of the day. Which, you know, that's kind of how I took it. I was just like, oh, that's just kind of funny, you know. It's the moment that you say, oh, how does this guy, you know, put his pull his thing out, whatever, and put his shoes on and all this stuff. It's just like, well, you know, I guess at the end of the day, we're a little bit more similar than you think, I guess, you know. But I don't know, man. I've never had that issue. You know, I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's another thing, man. Like if you want to have this conversation, man, we're more than welcome to come on the platform and we can have this conversation because I don't know how strongly he feels about this anymore. Maybe time has gone on. Maybe he's like, you know, gained a little bit more knowledge about Fresh and Fit. Maybe he doesn't feel as strongly about this now. Maybe that's probably why he doesn't want to have this conversation. But I think it is if someone is gonna shed some light on you and say, hey man, you obviously have these views, I would like to bring you on so that we could talk about that. So just so I could see where your head is at. I think that's fair. You know? But
Yeah.
again, I'm not saying that he owes me any conversation, you know. I mean, he's a busy man, you know. He owns a lot of businesses, and you know, he's taking time out of his precious time just so that he can give me a piece of his mind, and you know, I'm thankful. I'm thankful to be featured on someone else's channel, especially on Thanksgiving of all days, you know. But yeah. Let's get back to it, man. Hopefully the screen didn't break or anything. Hope you didn't have to get a new phone after this, man. That would be bad.
Yeah.
3503. That's where I'm at.
That's where I'm at too.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Fucking camera actually fell. Oh yeah. I got fucking alarm off. My alarm went off. I can't believe I've been streaming that long. I was supposed to turn off my alarm. Bomba Cloud. I can't believe that happened. Oh well, I'm back at it. Yeah, there's some people in the chat. I can't really see the chat. I'm actually about to pull up the chat. But yeah, man, Myron and Fresh are, you know, I can't believe this guy has went on to actually make a whole damn book about them. I'm gonna pull up my own feed here so I can actually see.
Pause real quick.
Where am I at? Oh, this is me. It's so crazy.
Cokebenni says, what is that alarm music? That's just like the default alarm for like, I think like a Samsung. I think he could have changed that if he wanted to. What I wanted to bring forward was his live chat. Let me see. And he only had one person, I think, that chatted, because I went to go look at it, and it said WF&F. That was pretty much it. And it was from, you know, the same person. So there was only one person that had commented on here. And yeah, it just said WF&F. It didn't say anything about like, yeah, man, you're absolutely right, this guy's a nerd, or 40-year-old gamer or whatever like that. None of that. It was just like WF&F. So that was the one and only chat response that this guy is speaking about. So just for extra context for you guys.
Camp, I think I'm gonna get off. I feel like I'm falling asleep, and I don't want to fall asleep on your stream.
Oh no, you're fine, bro.
Really late.
Yeah, we're fine, man. We're almost to the 3-hour mark, and I'm gonna take us the rest of the way. So I do appreciate you coming on, man, and giving us your perspective. It's always welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I didn't really speak much, but usually I don't really speak much unless I really have to add something to it, you know. So in case people are wondering,
yeah.
you know, you didn't say anything. That's the reason why I don't really like to speak as much.
Well, I appreciate you know, you taking the time. If you would like to let my audience know, where can they find you?
If you guys want to find me, you guys can go ahead and, you know, go on YouTube and type in Sonic's Mindscape. You can find me there. If you guys can check out my videos, if you do want to consider subscribing, check out my videos, see if you guys like what I say. If you don't, then obviously don't subscribe. But if you guys do, and you guys you know, want to think a little deeper about subjects, then, you know, I highly encourage you guys to subscribe. I usually don't tell people to subscribe, mainly because I let the videos speak for themselves. But yeah, check out the videos, and then you guys can determine whether you guys want to subscribe or not. So once again, as Sonic's Mindscape over on YouTube, you're more than welcome to check out the videos.
And I will actually put links to both Hank and Sonic's channels in the description of this video, so you guys can go check them out and show your support. Sonic has a great video on Miss Lily, the P-Star, and her 100 bodies that she took, and it's a good watch. So I recommend that video.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man.
All right, man. Have yourself a good night, bro.
Likewise. All right. Yo, Cokebenni, everybody, I appreciate you guys coming out. Continue to support it. Hustlers Unite.
Hustlers Unite. Take care, brother.
All right, my dude.
Good night.
All right, guys.
All right. And then there was just one. All right. Let's see if I can keep this going here. Let me make sure my camera is on. Okay. All right. Oh, you know what? Because we have the watch together going. Let me make sure that I can fix that real quick. 1 second. Let me leave this. All right. So that's that. And let me... Let me see, 1 second. Oh, I guess because the stream is already going, my my webcam is gonna have to be off, I guess. You guys will just have to deal with my talking head. Hopefully that will do, I guess. We only got like 10 minutes left of this, so let's get through it.
See how they do my channel, because in my channel there's somebody else named VillaTube, and by the way, if you're in here, hit that like and subscribe button. Let me see if I can pull up the dang. It's gonna be weird looking at it because oh yeah. All right. So I'm not.
It really does.
Oh,
I think when you I don't know. As long as you have an agreement with, you know, your significant other, like, hey, like today, I told my wife this morning, like, hey, doing a show
Nobody
tonight.
cares about you and your life, bro.
She would get
Nobody
from,
cares about you.
only
and
do
your
it
life.
once a week, man. I don't let it take
You're
over
a
my life.
40-year-old gamer talking about another podcast in a hateful way. It's like the worst fucking thing.
Pause. Is it the worst thing possible? I don't think so, man. I think doing the Nazi salute and you know, calling out women and saying that, they're, recreational use only. I think that's there's a big difference there. I think he's wrong here. Let me fix this real quick. One moment, guys. Let me see. The last thing I can do. Let's put that back in there. Okay. All right. Close that. All right. There, you guys can at least see when I'm talking. I know that's not much, but yeah, there we go. I wanted to at least do that for y'all. Yeah, but this, it's such like a smooth brain take, man, for him to have this opinion. And, but it's his opinion. He's really, Cokebenni says he's really pressed about you being married. Dude, I think I don't want to claim jealousy because maybe this guy doesn't want to be married. Maybe he's part of that whole, like, no, I want to be single forever and, just have as many girls as I want. And, who needs a family? I can just make so much money and that will fill the void and I can just keep buying things and that will fulfill me, when, I don't know, man. I guess having a wife and kids is just like, ugh. I have plenty of time. This guy's still like in his, I guess, I want to say he's in his early 30s, and he's just like, no, I have so much time. I can have that type of life whenever I want, but I'm choosing not to because Fresh and Fit, these guys are my role models, and yeah, I'm gonna follow them to the end.
Other video.
Okay, so the girl just had the epiphany.
Well, now he's like switching over. He's like, let's see what else I can talk to this guy about, because now this this guy is just like he I don't know why he can't just hold on, maybe can I activate my camera? Oh, there we go. I'm here. Awesome. Hello, guys. I'm back. Let's go ahead and get rid of this chat head. You guys don't need to see that no more. You don't need to see this no more. All right. Hello, guys. So yeah, we're gonna finish this out. Yeah, this guy, man. I really want the best for this guy. I hope he is successful. I hope he has more confidence in his setup, because I know all of his videos he wants to just do it in the store. It just kind of it brings it reminds me of Clerks. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie with Kevin Smith or whatever, but yeah, he can do a show, but he's gonna have to eventually deal with customers. He's gonna have to answer the phone, and I don't know. If he's gonna go with this format of being in the store all the time, he needs to stay consistent with it, or eventually graduate to maybe being able to film in his house, a more intimate setting. But this is just I think what he's doing with this is all production value. I've said that before. I think this is probably a better presentation of who he is, rather than if he were to go home and possibly expose more about himself and how he lives. But yeah, it is what it is, man. And this guy, this is his humble beginnings. This is how he's going to start. So that's fine. Not hating for that.
She's like, oh, this was the podcast that the Asian model was on. And I'm a drunk, but he's like, the longer I stay here, the longer I
One of the things that he talks about, he's like, oh, in the last 6 to 9 months, I haven't watched the Fresh and Fit podcast. I just watched clips, this, that, and the other.
It's true.
It seems to me like you watch a lot of their content, because you've got 3 4-hour videos on them. And so
Cokebenni says, I love Clerks 1 and 2. 3, not so much. I remember Clerks 1 and 2. I don't even think I saw 3. I don't think I ever saw 3. I saw the first and the second one. But yeah, I mean, this like whole scenery just reminds me of Clerks. Like he needs to have the no shoplifting sign next to the register. And yeah, like I can only imagine, you know, his day-to-day life of going to this store and, you know, he's like, fuck it, man, I'm gonna do a podcast. You know, like I don't ever see anybody do a podcast from their workplace. You know, I'm gonna do it. Hey man, more power to him, man. He's doing something that nobody else would do. So
It's amazing to me that you've spent so much time hating.
so much hate.
Antagonizer, so yeah, let's just keep going.
Oh god. Now you guys can see me visually cringe now. It's like the most generic sound effects. You got to get some better ones, man. Or just don't do it at all. Like the words say enough. You know, I think it is very immature, and it just kind of, I don't know if this is the direction that you want to take with your podcast, you know, if this is what you want to call it, but I don't know, man. This is him imitating Fresh and Fit and doing it poorly, in my opinion. But yeah, that's what I think. Fuck, I know. Those sound bites are annoying. I know, dude. It's like, not only are they inappropriate, they don't really match the tone of what he's trying to say. I think that's the biggest thing. You know, at least if he's going to try to do some he's trying so hard to emulate FNF. I know, and that's the thing. I think that was his whole mindset, is that I'm gonna get at least like 5 to 10 sound effects, and I'm going to just use these all the time. Just have them ready to go. And I think no, it's very cringy, man. It's cheesy when Fresh and Fit do it, but it's even cheesier when a no-name guy like this does it, because it's just like, oh, you're just setting yourself up for failure, you know? But I don't wish failure upon you, but I can tell you there's a time and place for all this, and I think we're way past that. I think you just need to just say what you need to say, and just let that be it, man. You don't need to have this childish stuff, you know, because you're over here calling me like this 40-year-old little kid, you know, because you call me a little man, and then you call me a little kid, and then you call me a 40-year-old gamer married with children, and then it almost kind of like puts the spotlight on you, so that makes you a single guy. Like, I think he's single. I think it's safe to say he has no children, and he probably, I don't know, man. I think for some reason, the reason why he doesn't want to do this podcast at his house is because his mother is there. And not saying that he lives with his mother. I'm saying his mother lives with him. All right? That's going to be what he would say.
Understand, he already has an
Aaron, he's a lot more socially trained, you know, in terms of his old government background and how to withhold information. I think that was
He just said he's more socially trained. Like this guy.
Myron is socially trained when it comes to answering questions. What I was referring to was when they did the podcast with Ethan Klein, H3H3, when Ethan Klein was asking them questions, Myron was like dodging, you know, questions back and forth, giving them very vague answers because he didn't want to, you know, answer it. Whereas, you know, Fresh didn't really have that same type of training, and he didn't have that background. So yeah, of course, you know, Fresh let a couple things slip, and while, you know, Myron was playing it safe the whole time. And that's what I was referring to. And, you know, yeah, being in law enforcement or, you know, being part of government, yeah, you're used to not giving away your position when it comes to any type of interrogation. I know that. That's why I said that he is more socially trained, because that is his background. That's a valid point. I'm not trying to like put down anybody else. It's just, that is what it is. These are facts.
This guy sits up at night because of Fresh and Fit. Like, I know he sits up at night because of this, because of them too. You know,
It's not true. It's not true at all. Uh, I honestly, I have not given a thought to even what I was going to say on this podcast until the podcast started. Okay. I knew that I was going to have Hank and Sonic on. I knew that we were going to talk about this video, but I didn't know how I was going to present it. I just knew that I was going to go in and we were going to have our conversation and it was just going to be completely free flowing. Okay. But no, I do not stay up all night thinking about Fresh and Fit and how I'm jealous of them and none of that. I think that's laughable. I don't give these guys a second thought.
there's so much jealousy.
He's really good at deflecting and, you know, not answering questions or answering it with very limited, you know, direction. So it doesn't really give away his position. I think Myron is, he's just socially trained for that. Whereas, you know, Fresh sometimes will just let shit slip because he just doesn't know that he let shit slip.
I didn't even know that this was a thing. I didn't know that this was a thing of content creators to just go out and bash on other people.
Welcome to the internet, my friend. Pull up a chair. It's like this guy's never been on YouTube. Like, he's just like, why is everybody fighting? Why is everybody making content about other people? It's like, man, it's like this guy, he's just like, I just like, I don't understand why everybody's so negative. What's going on? My sweet summer child, man, it feels like this is the first time that you've logged on and you're just like, you were in ice for like 30 years, man. And now you're just like, wow, why is everybody acting this way? It's like, man, we're not like, I don't hate on anybody, you know, I'm just putting facts out there and let people, you know, form their own opinions and stuff. And I have no issue if someone has a different opinion with me. I actually welcome you to have a different opinion or a view, because then it broadens my mindset because I get to hear another perspective. And I think communication is so important. And I think it's vital to our understanding of nuances of things, people, events, and it's necessary. Otherwise, you know, our lives are going to be very boring. We're going to be roped off from one another. We're going to just kind of be in our own little heads and stuff. And I think, you know, we need this interaction in order to feel like we're alive. And I feel alive because I have, you know, you guys as a support. I have, you know, my family and, you know, my friends and my work friends and all this stuff. It's like, you know, it's important that we all can, you know, come together, share our own ideas and our own perspectives, and be honest with one another. It's just, you know, we all become better at the end of the day when we share that kind of stuff. So Cokebenni says, when Ethan read the description of the movie Europa and asked Myron if that was accurate, and Myron saying he can't answer because Ethan didn't watch it, it showed how backed into a corner he was. Yeah, absolutely. And it would have been so easy for Myron to just squash it and be like, look, he would have just been able to say, yeah, you know, I've seen it. Of course, I've seen it. It's obvious that I've seen it, you know, but he definitely brought up other facts. He's like, well, you know, I think it's a great, he's like, I have a lot of interest in World War II. I like history. And, but then when Ethan asked him anything about the movie, he was just like, go see it. You know, he knew how to play that whole conversation. He didn't want to reveal anything, but all the information was there that, yeah, you guys have seen it. You guys have said stuff about it, but you're obviously holding back. And, you know, Ethan saw right through him. He's like, dude, don't hold back. You know, it's like, you guys are pulling back. You know, I want you guys to close off. Just, you know, just be open about this. But I think, you know, Ethan said it. He's like, look, you guys describe that movie, it's going to make you guys sound bad as anything, you know? And that's what, I think that's what, you know, Ethan was definitely trying to get a couple clips from them. And Myron, I believe, understood the situation that they were in, and he was being very careful with parsing out his words. So, you know, I completely understand Myron's perspective and Ethan's perspective on that. So, all right, back to this guy.
You know, if you go look at all of my videos, most of my videos are just me hanging out in the shops, being around the businesses. You know, and I just recently got into this type of long form discussion, but I didn't know that it was a thing to hate on other people.
Welcome to the internet.
That's the last thing I want to do is build a podcast around hate.
Well, you're not off to a good start. You got the cheesy sound effects. You got the unresearched points. You got the, I don't know, man, the mentality of a fifth grader with your insults. He insults just like Myron. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. His insults are on the level of Myron. He's just like, you fat, you know, overweight, baldy. It's like, what else do you got, man? Do you have anything to say about Hank's character or you know, his views or his perspective? No, you're only going to look on the surface because that's all you are, man. You're surface level. That's like what is easy for you. Because I think if you did any amount of digging, you know, you would realize, oh, there's actually a little bit more to these guys. It's not just, we're not here like circle jerking each other trying to hate on Fresh and Fit. That's not it at all, man. But you know, if you have a very limited perspective, you're gonna have these thoughts, and if you don't do your homework, you know, if you don't have the patience to sit through a 3-hour video, you know, you're not gonna get all the context.
Alan says, yeah, Myron also said that he didn't want to collab with whatever because apparently Brian isn't Red Pill, yet he's collabed with people like Destiny and other content creators who aren't Red Pill. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the contradiction of Myron. You know, he has respect for you if you're not trying to compete with him. So Destiny doesn't try to compete with Myron, so that's why he has, and you know, I think the clips with Destiny where he's on Fresh and Fit, I guess because you know Destiny has a pretty huge audience, and Destiny combated a lot of Myron's ideas, and you know, I think it's good to
it was good for content. So you're sitting here and telling him like that he shouldn't have it on, but yet it's good.
I didn't say he shouldn't have him on. This is the thing. He's already stopped the clip too early. He's about to see what I think about Destiny being on Fresh and Fit. The fact that he doesn't agree with Myron, and he counteracts his points, you know, pretty much on everything, and like he's saying all this stuff without hearing my full context. Cokebenni says Myron is a self-proclaimed master roaster. Oh man, I mean, he just hasn't. I don't think Myron has really taken the time to really hone his roasting skills. You know, he relies on a lot of buzzwords, and he thinks that, you know, that will take him all the way. He really needs to look at someone on an individual level, do his research on that person, and like properly roast him. You know, roast him on an individual, not this cookie cutter. Oh, because you're black, I'm going to call you the N-word with a hard R, or, you know, or you're a feminist or whatever like that, you know, because you don't agree with the way I think men should act or whatever. It's he needs to really, well, I mean, and that's another thing. So Myron, he'll look at, you know, where you're from, your culture and stuff like that. And I think when he kicked out that one girl that was from the UK, and she kept talking over him, and he was just like, I think he was trying to read like a Rumble rant, and he's like, will you shut up, please? And she was like, no. He's like, he's like, you can get your tea and crumpets ass out of here. I was like, that's kind of good, man. That's kind of good. He's working on it. But you know, it's very few and far between in terms of his insults. Let's continue on.
You need to have contrasting views. You need to have people from opposite sides of the table to be able to talk and discuss different ideas with.
Wow, so insightful what you just said. What am I about to say to that?
To have disagreements, and I think Myron also believes that it's good to have people that disagree with you, because then you can have like a back and forth conversation, where if you're just surrounded by people who are just like, yeah man, I agree, it's just like, it's not that dynamic of a conversation.
Oops. It's like I literally just said what he said, just a little bit more verbose, like we obviously see eye to eye on that point, and I guess he was trying to like present his point, like, look, it's good to have people with contrasting ideas and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, obviously, but I think what he said, and then he realized, oh shit, I basically paused too early, because I obviously believe the same thing.
Y'all sit back and say nigga because it makes y'all.
Okay, nigger, thank you for.
His eyebrows went up when he heard the N-word. All right, the N-word. Let's watch that one more time. That was good. Watch his eyebrows.
To have disagreements, and I think Myron also believes that it's good to have people that disagree with you, because then you can have like a.
I think he has his notes right there, in terms of like, what, I guess he probably has an outline. Maybe he figured like, okay, there's a lot of things I want to talk about through the course of this video, but I'm skipping around a lot, so I just need to make sure this is a little bit more focused. But yeah, the N-word is coming up, and this might be the 1% of stuff that he doesn't agree with Myron about.
Back and forth conversation, where if you're just surrounded by people who are just like, yeah man, I agree, it's just like, it's not that dynamic of a conversation.
Y'all sit back and say nigga because it makes y'all.
Oh, he was like, whoops, that shouldn't have been played on my stream. I'm trying to keep my stuff squeaky clean. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but whoops, that happened.
Okay, nigger, thank you for confirming all the facts that we believe.
Oh, smiling at Myron using the hard R. That can't be good for you, buddy.
We appreciate your fucking participation in the fucking space. You literally confirm.
I've watched Fresh and Fit for
3 months.
3 months. Maybe 1% of the stuff that they talk about I disagree with.
I would guess it would be the racist stuff. I mean, but that's pretty huge. Okay. Myron saying this stuff about FBAs and just black people in general, his views, and then the fact that, he is, even though he doesn't consider himself black, he is black, and I mean, if a cop pulled him over, he would be black, just like everybody else. And, but I think Cokebenni might have said this, that he claims to be black so he can have the N-word pass. That's when it's convenient for him to be black. Every other time he's white. Okay, that's just his whole. He wants to basically be white if he can. This pause, man. It's pregnant pause.
So, yeah, I just this guy baffles me. This guy baffles me. This 40-year-old gamer who's married with kids.
All right, got a drink. 40-year-old gamer who's married with kids. Shame on me, all right? You guys need to stay single, okay? You need to stay single. You need to not get married. Definitely don't have any kids. Just make a whole bunch of money, okay? Focus on yourself. And, yeah, you guys will lead a more fulfilling life, okay? Just, you guys, yeah. My life is over, okay? Oh, boy. I want this guy to get married. I want him to have kids. I want him to have a girl that loves him. Because obviously, you can see it in his eyes, man. He doesn't have that. He needs to have it, though. He needs it. Because This guy has just filled his life with so much vitriol for me, and that's the only way he can direct it, man. And honestly, man, I hope you get some help with that, man.
Kids baffles me to the point where I gotta make a video because I can't believe
You didn't have to make the video, bro. You could have just left it in the comments section, let me flame you, and then you could have just tried to keep up with me. But the fact is, I made you mad because I said, hey, you want to call me a loser because you said I did a 4-hour video bashing Fresh and Fit, when I said, well, you're over here being a white knight for FNF, so who's the real loser? And that's what set him off on this whole podcasting journey, that, oh, you know what? I think I can do what he does. And let's go ahead and throw our hat in the ring and see where it goes. Cokebenni says, married life is less than materialistic lifestyle. You know what? I can't hate on that. I can't hate on it, man. It's the choice I decided to make, and you know what? It was the right choice for me. But the life of out being out here, and I understand that winter is here, and the dating landscape has completely changed, and just go out there, make your money, man. Take care of your body, focus on your goals, achieve your goals, and maybe someone will see what you're doing and be attracted to that, and then and it will just happen. It'll be serendipitous. I'm being completely serious when I say this, that you should never go looking for love. You should just let it happen. Love should just happen naturally, because that's when it's the best. When you go looking for love, I've said this before, it's almost like you're putting out a repellent, and it makes you like a magnet, but you're like a negative magnet. So you repel women from you, because it's like it is a no. I know you're making a joke, Cokebenni. I got that. Don't worry, bro. He's like, that was a joke. I don't actually think that. I got you, bro. I know. I think, yeah, you definitely shouldn't go out looking for love, because it's not a good use of your time. What you need to do is go out, take care of yourself, work hard, make sure that you're self-sufficient. I think the last thing you should be is dependent on someone else to make your life whole. If you don't have a woman right now, have your circle of friends to kind of fill that void until, it happens. But that's the thing, man. Things just have to align, bro. I think, people that go out and they do these dating apps and stuff, they just kind of dilute themselves over time. And then they just develop this like feeling that, women only want one thing. And they have this just like closed off mindset about what women are all about, when really the world is a big place, man. And there's a lot of women, a lot of quality women that are not on dating sites, that are not on Instagram, that are not out here doing thirst traps and stuff. These are good women that are, God-fearing and or just raised right. They had, both parents in the house, or even so, they may have just had one parent in the house, but they were raised right with morals and values. And if it happens, it happens, man. And I hope it happens for everybody. I hope everybody finds who they're supposed to be with, and they end up happily ever after. Okay. I want that for every single person. But I understand if you don't want that, if that's not what you want, I think you deserve that too. Sometimes people look, I like being alone, I like being on my own. I like being a lone wolf and stuff. And it's just better for me that way, because I don't have to answer to anybody. I can just be myself, my true self, when I'm by myself. And, that I think that's, if some people like that, some people want to be in that type of lifestyle, then hey, I think that's what's meant for you. So, Cokebenni says that's a pretty good perspective. Thanks for that. Well, you know, I hope that, you know, this gentleman in particular, I hope he turns 40. I hope he learns to enjoy life a little bit and not harbor so much hate for strangers, you know, because I can honestly say for myself, I don't harbor any hate for Fresh and Fit. I don't harbor any hate for No Fugazi podcasts or any other person in the Red Pill, Saint the Sinner, you know, or anybody else. Like I want everybody to be happy. I want everybody to live their life and just, you know, who am I? I'm not anybody. Okay. I'm just another guy on the internet. So don't take this shit too seriously.
He's hating on somebody so much.
Fucking stereotypes. You're loud as hell. I have to literally turn my volume down. You can do
And if anything, what you should have done is try to imitate his podcast. But being that
Why would I imitate a podcast that I have no stake in? I have no like dog in the fight. I don't believe in their ways of handling things. I mean, no, I'm not going to imitate something that I don't like. You know, I don't. It's not even like a like thing. It's like an indifference kind of thing. You know, no, they're just background noise. That's all they were. I'm not that invested. It's not that deep, bro.
probably not that smooth with the ladies. Your wife was from a different country. Probably.
Oh, are we talking about somebody else's wife? I thought you said back around, like, you know, earlier in the video that's kind of off limits, talking about someone's relationship. Now he's doing it. Very interesting.
Speak English. I'm not gonna get into it, bro.
A little too late. A little bit of a clarification for you, my friend. My wife is from the Philippines, and English is, everybody over there speaks English. Okay, so that's a little limitation on your part. I don't think maybe out of the 30 countries you've been to, you haven't been to the Philippines, and you probably don't understand that. But the one country actually that has the most English speakers is China. But a little fun fact for you.
I don't want to go on about you.
Use that.
Oh, thank you for that.
It's fucking incredible. Literally.
Look at this guy coping and seething like the whole time. Like he's just like, he talked about my wife just now, and now he's just like, so angry. I'm just gonna hit this vape.
Like all the stereotypes were literally being used right then and there. It was fucking magnificent to observe. And then look, this cushy woman comes in and speaks out a term like a typical fucking black woman. Hey, look, wait until you're spoken to, okay? There's some fucking decorum here. We got some rules. I know you're not used to that because, you know, in your house where it's Section 8 and it's all fucked up and shit like that, and your fucking baby's running around because there's no daddy around.
God damn. Oh, man. Like, Myra, when he goes in on his racism bag, dude, like, he goes all the way in. And especially...
I don't know. I don't see where it's racism. It's not racism. He's telling the truth.
Is he telling the truth? Does he really know anything about the girl that he's in the X space with to know her actual situation? He's just going off of a profile picture and her name. Do you think that do you think Myron has actually taken the time to delve into this lady's life to actually be able to speak on things like that? No, he's just generalizing like he always does because he's a racist. Okay. That's only what that is, literally the only thing that it is. And unfortunately, Mr. VillaTube doesn't see it.
Hey, like I said, dude, on these like little Twitter spaces, dude, he is like completely unhinged. Like I don't.
But yet you don't watch his videos. You don't watch his stuff. But yet you're over here on his Twitter. You followed him from YouTube over to Twitter, but you don't.
No, I didn't do that. Actually, I stayed on Reddit. I stayed on Reddit and Telegram, and that's how I get all my information. Just so you know, I don't have to travel all around the internet. I get all my information just like fed to me, and it's all in one spot. You know, for the most part.
Watch his stuff. You don't watch his content, but yet you followed him here. You followed him here. You've made a book about him.
I made a joke about him, and it's more about fresh than fit. Myron's name just happens to be in the title. That's it. It's a joke. God. See, this is the problem, man. When you don't like, it's like when you deal with someone who doesn't comprehend sarcasm, you know, and I don't want to be coming off as like sexist or anything like that, but I've run into a lot of women that cannot comprehend sarcasm, and it kind of sucks. But it's like, you know, I usually have to give them more context and further explain myself, and then it's like, oh, okay, I get it, you know. It's rarely that, like, I mean, most guys get me right off the bat whenever I say something, and they can tell when I'm being sarcastic and stuff. But yeah, that was lost on you. The whole joke of I wrote a book so I could explain how you're useless to a podcast. That's just a very long-winded joke, and I really want to drill it into this guy's head, and anybody that has just like has seen that viral video. It was just a joke, man. That's all it was, man. Don't take this shit too serious. Cokebenni says that frustrated look on his face because he hasn't made a comment about you being 40 and married in over a minute. Bro, he's just like, he's really grasping at straws to be like, okay, what do I got? Okay, he's 40. He's old. Okay, he's old. He has no business. He's old and married. He has no business talking about Fresh and Fit, because Fresh and Fit is not even talking to him. He's not even part of the demographic. He's got kids. He needs to focus on his kids, you know, but he's too busy playing video games. So his kids are probably starving. Like, I don't know how this guy's mind works, but I can only imagine what's going through his head and how he's characterized me. But you know, I hope in this, you know, 3 hour and 30-minute experience that we've been having, you've been able to see that I'm a little bit down to earth, man. Like I'm not like, I don't hate you for having this perspective about me. I'm sure, hopefully you've done some soul searching and maybe some internet research, and you can be like, oh, okay, I got a better understanding about Fresh and Fit. I can kind of see now this guy's points now, because I now have a more well-rounded understanding. But I'm not going to say shit. I'm just going to leave things how they are, because that would be me saving face.
I know he would never say this like while he's on like on his live.
This is more video game sound effects. Mortal Kombat. I guess he doesn't know about Mortal Kombat because he stopped playing video games at like 6 and 7. So I guess he doesn't know that these sound effects come from video games. I don't know. Maybe that, I don't know. I don't want to like read too much into like his sound effects, but like I think because I am well, he considers me a gamer. He's like, I gotta get him with all these like sound bites that are from video games, or maybe he didn't think that deep. But yeah, all of your sound effects so far are either cringe or they're from video games. So
I mean, he's gotta know, man. He's know that people is like, you gotta like, okay, let's go to Rumble. That way I can be unleashed, so I can say some shit like this, because
That is why you fail.
oh, Star Wars, good one. Oh, that is why you fail. Can you just? I want this guy to just say it. I don't want him to use a sound effect because I think it would have a lot more weight to it. He's relying way too much on these sound effects, and that's not how it should be. I mean, you run it however you want, man. This is your store. This is your business. But it comes off very cringe. Okay, I haven't used one sound effect in this entire 3.5 hours. Okay, I think it's possible that you can do the same.
Yeah, that's why you fail, buddy, because you should have, instead of hating on them, you should just try to imitate them, or at least try to make your own content.
Okay, I'm not going to imitate someone that I don't really have an interest in, like that. I've never really had to imitate anybody, honestly. I've always done my own thing. Even in this format, a podcast and stuff, like, I wanted to have something that was completely my own style. And it's evolving. It's going to be constantly evolving until I settle on something, you know. I know when 2025 comes, I will be doing a complete rebranding of my channel, and hopefully it will evolve a lot better to a more cohesive identity. That's what I hope.
Everybody's having Twitter Spaces, but you know, of course, these videos get posted on YouTube, so eventually everything gets out about him. But damn, bro, like you gotta bring in the kids and Section 8, all this shit is crazy, man.
Look,
It's the real
you
deal.
gotta fucking take it easy. Okay, we run our shit here with some order, right? So, Cachet,
Cokebenni says, I can imagine the customers looking at him confused while he's ranting and playing random sound effects. Well, I think the only he will stop whenever he has a customer in, because I think he doesn't want to sound crazy, because I think he was when I was talking about we should cut off Fresh's ball so he doesn't like procreate or anything. He was like, how are you gonna say that? And then like ding dong, somebody walked through the store, and he's like, he couldn't continue that conversation because that would have not been good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this was like, I would never do this. I would never, if I owned a store, I would never do this at my workplace, because this is not professional. I get it. It's after hours. It's a slow time. Probably nobody's coming in for hours, you know, probably like 1 or 2 customers per hour. So, and yeah, he might be in an area where it's just like not too much foot traffic come in. So he's like, I can do this, you know, I can do this in the store. But I don't think it's professional. You know, you need to, I'll give this guy some time. He needs to really, he needs to take the time to develop his channel and figure out what it's all about. This is probably just going to be a one-off for him in terms of his hatred for me. But hopefully he responds. Hopefully he sees this 3-hour in stream and he can answer back to me and stuff. Understand that I left a comment on his video, which I'll show that to you guys right now so you can see. So you guys know I'm not messing around. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. So it says, 1 second here. Greetings, VillaTube. I want to extend an opportunity for you to join Hank and myself for a live stream tonight, Saturday, December 14th at 11:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I understand that this is coming at such short notice. If you cannot make it and what? Hold on. Is there a way to make it bigger? What happened here? Pause. What do I mean by that? Edit. Let's edit so I can see the whole thing. I understand this is coming at such short notice. If you cannot make it and would like to schedule at a later date to do a live chat, that is understandable. I come in peace, and I would like to have an honest discussion about your views about me, my channel, and views about F&F. Cheers. And, you know, hopefully this olive branch that I'm extending will come to fruition and we can actually have a sit-down discussion, you know? Because honestly, what I say is completely true. I have no beef with Fresh and Fit. I don't have a beef with you. I would like to at least have a conversation with you man to man, and hopefully we can square this out. You know, I'm not a violent person, and I think a lot of good can come from it.
And
Well, all right, so y'all have gotten the gist. I'm not going to go 4 hours about talking about this guy. You know who he is. His name's right here. He's a 40-year-old gamer that chose to hate instead of create. And so this year, 2025, that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm choosing to create.
Congratulations. I think that's good for you, man. I hope you hope your channel grows, and I hope you get I hope you reach all the goals that you set for yourself. I can honestly say that I'm not just being a dickhead. I am being 100% supportive, and whatever whatever goals you have for yourself. I hope you reach all of them. Cokebenni says, I actually seen something like that before. I went to a small manga cafe. It was pretty empty, and I walked in while the owner was making a video for his IG. I actually helped film it. Oh, that's neat. See, I mean, that's... The thing is, man, I think content creation can happen anywhere, and I think it's... I think more people are wanting to have their voice be heard. And, you know, if it gets to happen on company time while they're not being supervised, you know, I mean, more, I think it can happen, you know, that's great. You know, it is a lot more common now than it was a couple of years ago. I go to the mall and I see people making TikToks. Hell, I go into Chipotle and I see people doing, like, filming when they're ordering, you know, and I think they're like trying to do that thing where they have the person put the rice in the tray and they keep saying, oh, I want more rice, and then yeah, they just keep asking for more and more stuff, and then when they see that they're not getting enough, they just walk out. I've actually seen that happen in real life. So yeah, the stuff that you see on TikTok is happening, and yeah, it's kind of wild, man. You know, everybody wants to be a content creator now, and yeah, you know, the landscape is very vast. Let's just say that. But yeah, let's see what else we got here.
I talk about all kind of things. I talk about politics. I talk about economics. I talk about I don't really talk about girl stuff because I really don't have any. I'm not.
Oh, was he about to say I really don't have any girls? Is that why I don't talk about girls? Or no, I'm just messing with him, man. I bet this guy is drowning in girls. You know, but he's just too busy for that.
I don't want to talk to guys about girls and how to get girls. Like, you should have figured that out at like 17, 18 years old. So I can commend people like Fresh and Fit that are doing that. So I don't have to. But for this guy to go on for 4 hours hating somebody is just fucking crazy.
I agree, man. If I was hating for 4 hours, man, like, I don't know anybody that would watch that. Like, just it would be an echo chamber, but that's not it. You know, hopefully I bring a little bit of context, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of seriousness at times. You know, but at the end of the day, man, like, it's just me hanging out, man. Like, I'm just being myself, and I really appreciate the people that come out and spend time with me when I get online. And it's you know, I only know how to be myself. That's one thing. I don't want to try to be somebody else. I don't want to have the energy of someone else. I want to just be genuinely me, and I think that will be the best way to go about things. And this guy too, I hope he, you know, continues on to evolve and, you know, tweak some things about his podcast so that, you know, it's not so cringeworthy. And, you know, if he really has hate for somebody, he should just, well, he said he doesn't hate me. He said that earlier in the video, I think. Yeah. So I can't say that he's hating on me, but he needs to learn how to not insult somebody that he doesn't hate. That's what I think.
You lose.
And in these Street Fighter sound effects, man, you gotta drop that too, man. I'm sorry, man, but I'm just gonna give you some critique, bro. Like, this is me just giving you an honest critique. Drop the sound effects, just speak, you know. If you want to say I lose, just say that. Don't get a button to say it, because it cringes me out, and I don't want to hear what you want to say.
That's right. You lose, buddy.
There you go. You said it. Now you just need to, like, say it on your own. You don't need a crutch. Okay? These little sound effects, these are crutches.
You're the loser tonight. You're the loser today. So I'm gonna pull this up.
Oh man, too much smoking.
One more time. I wonder if
He's pulling up to see his chat, and he just still has that WFNF comment, that one comment on his screen, and that's it. Nobody else has commented on his thing.
It is going. All right, guys. Don't forget to subscribe Don't forget to hit that like button. It helps a whole lot. I'm a small content creator. I don't
Do you have to say that you're a small content creator? We know, we can tell. This whole production has been very eye-opening. A lot of this stuff just kind of goes without saying. But you know what? We all have humble beginnings, and my wish to you is that you can continue to develop your craft, and you just grow your following, and you blossom into whatever type of content creator that you're trying to be. I wish that for you, sir.
look at you see. Look what I got. I'm in my store. I don't have any pocket. I don't have any earphones. I don't have any mic. I don't have any.
You don't need that. You don't need that. All you need is your two signs, you know? Just change them up every once in a while. You know, I don't know. Maybe throw up something nice in the background, you know, something visual to look at. I mean, these medicine bottles or perfume bottles or soaps or whatever this is, that's fine. It adds a lot of visual pop. That's fine. But, you know, I don't know. Where are you going to put the YouTube plaque when you get it? Are you just going to hang it on the shelf? I don't know, man. You're going to need to give us a different angle or something, you know? I don't know.
Any of that stuff. So hit that like button and subscribe, and I'm gonna see you next time. Thank you.
All right. So that's it. that was this guy's video on well, hold on. We'll give him the last 10 seconds. All right, so that's it, guys. That was the entire video. That was the entire video. This guy in his arguments. I mean, I feel like he countered a lot of what I had to say. He provided adequate evidence that I am a loser. Good on him. Maybe he I don't know. I hope the extension of the olive branch, I hope this guy can, you know, come to the channel and do the whole thing, you know, do the reach out where he can actually like have a real conversation and not just this, like this video here. Cokebenni says, he thinks he needs the best equipment because FNF is always bragging about having the best equipment for their fans. Well, that's the thing, man, and that's one thing that I learned for myself is that you don't need to have the best equipment. I mean, look at Albin Preach. They have a bigger following than Fresh and Fit. Yes, they have more time in, but it's just two guys, a microphone, a camera, and good lighting, and that's all you need. I mean, they have a great editor. That does set them apart from most people. They're very funny. They're very charismatic. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things to me that, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why people can relate to these guys because they're not trying to show out and be, you know, all visually stunning and stuff. They still have their production quality, you know, they have the sounds that come in and, you know, I think, it's all about intent, you know, whatever you intend for. One thing I wanted to say right before we leave is this guy's description of his thing. Let me zoom in for you guys so you guys can see it. I am Javelin 2008, 2016, the undisputed ferret legging champion of the world. Now, I went ahead and did some research because I had to on ferret legging. If you type in ferret legging champion of the world, and let's do 2008 to 2016, because I had to know if this was real or not. Reg Miller held the world record for ferret legging from 2008 to 2016 with a time of 5 hours and 26 minutes. Miller was known as the king of the ferret leggers and donated all of his winnings to a local children's home. He also introduced the use of white pants at competitions to make the blood more visible. Now, I believe this gentleman has passed on, Reg Miller. Let me make sure. Let's do a Google search of him real quick. Okay, here we go. Oh, back it up. Hold on. Just talking more about ferret legging rather than Mr. Reg Miller. Let's see. Death. There we go. Oh, ferret leg. Oh, let's see. Death. Oop, if I can spell. Reg Miller, forgotten sportsman. Okay, so he passed away in 1987. But the internet will ensure his legacy remains. Yeah, so there you go. He died at 65 in Texas. So yeah. Wait a minute, what? He passed away in 1987, but it says William Reg Miller. Maybe this is a different person. Okay, never mind. But yeah, so Mr. VillaTube, that's who he's talking about. Reg Miller, that's who he is, I guess, trying to impersonate or trying to, I guess, hold the title for. The undisputed ferret legging champion of the world. I don't understand why he would take that accomplishment away from Reg Miller and say that that is his accomplishment. It's kind of like delusions of grandeur. I don't know. I wouldn't. It seems like such a weird thing to claim that is what it is about you. Like that is your claim to fame. And that was one of the things that he said in his response to me when I said TikTok has really done a number on today's youth. He said that the fact that he is a world record holding champion for ferret legging, he has a lot of attention, and he wouldn't be able to have that type of title if he didn't have a strong enough attention span. So, but then we just did our research just now and realized that, oh, what he's talking about, this is actually very false. This is actually somebody else. Somebody else had that record, and that is it. But I think that's it, guys. I think I'm about to end it here. If there's anything else, I don't think so. What is even ferret legging? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let me give you guys real quick a brief history of ferret legging. Now, I said to him in my comment to him that ferret legging I thought was a fetish, but it's actually a real obscure sport. Now, I don't know if there's any videos of this. I imagine not, because of how graphic it can be. Let's watch this. It's a 3-minute video. Curious case of ferret legging.
This holiday, Verizon will turn your old or broken phone into a gift. Trade in any phone.
Oh my god. Hold on. What did I do here? What did I... Oh, why is it so zoomed in? Because I zoomed it in myself. Hold on. Let me back it up. The curious case of ferret legging. We're going to watch this 3-minute video and we will close it out. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys.
Hello, I'm Simon Whistler. You're watching Today I Found Out, and in the video today, the curious case of ferret legging. Falling under the category of what could go wrong is the sport of ferret legging. Simple in its design, although painful to master, the sport simply requires a man, a pair of baggy trousers, and 2 live ferrets.
I believe that is all. No underwear. You need to basically have some baggy trousers and 2 ferrets in your pants. And I guess the longest world record was 5 hours and some change. And I'm sorry, but ferrets, one of the stipulations is that ferrets cannot have their teeth filed down. They can have their teeth like taken out. They have to have sharp teeth. Their claws, they can't be declawed. And you need to have like your everything down there completely exposed. Oh, wow. Dude, the Crow. What's up, buddy? How are you, man? Doing a little bit of a stream here. I actually have a hater, and we were responding to him in his little video, but welcome to the stream. This is one of my buddies, one of my Warzone buddies from way back then. How are you doing, Mr. Crow? How are you doing, sir? It's been too long. Right now we're doing shedding some light on Ferret Legging, the guy that hated on me. Apparently he has claimed the title of World Champion Ferret Legger from 2008 to 2016, and we just exposed that that was actually Reg Meller that held that title, and not this hater of VillaTube. So yeah, that's yeah. But yeah, so we're trying to shed some light on what ferret legging even is. So here it is.
The trousers are secured at the ankles, and after the ferrets are set free in them, secured at the waist as well. Underwear of any kind is prohibited, and the animals must be free to roam from leg to leg. Neither the contestant...
Bro, it's like, dude, we need to do some content, brother. It's been way too long, man. I hope you and the family are good. If I don't see you again before Christmas, Merry Christmas. And just, you know, I hope you're doing well, my brother.
Contestants nor the animals may be drugged or drunk. After the match begins, the contestants stand in front of the judges, and the last man standing, they're pretty much always men, wins. Note here that the ferrets must have a full set of claws and teeth, and neither can be filed or blunted in any way. Between these, they can wreak a fair amount of havoc on delicate human flesh, particularly once their instincts to bite and dig kick in. Plus, as with other carnivores, once the victim, or rather contestant, begins bleeding, the ferret's bloodlust can trigger attempts to feed.
Oh, let's just let that soak in for just one moment, okay? So you have two ferrets, not just one. You have two ferrets in some baggy trousers, and I believe the baggy trousers need to be secured with tape by your ankles so that they can't escape. And I believe also there needs to be, I don't know if it's like a belt or the top of your pants have to be secured as well so that there's no escaping of the ferrets. And that's all. That's all they do. They start the timer, and you just need to see how long can you go having these two ferrets, you know, running around inside your pants with no underwear on, and they're just they're clawing at your legs, they're scratching at your, you know, all of that stuff. And I don't know, man. I could not do it, bro. I could not do it. Just the image of it in my brain is just like, no, man, that's too much pain, you know, like I cannot. I gotta protect my legacy, man. I can't do that, bro. that's no, those teeth, I'm good. Those claws, nah, man. And the fact that blood triggers them to like get crazy about, you know, they just start feeding. Nah, man. That's yeah. Cokebenni says, and he chooses this title to lie about. He couldn't think of anything better. Well, you know, I think it's just the obscurity alone that he was just like, nobody's ever gonna take the time to do their research. Well, we took the time to do the research, okay? You know what? It goes back to what he said. You could either hate, you could imitate, or you can create. This guy, he likes to imitate. That's his way of doing things. And if he has to take your history in order to prop himself up and, you know, dispense it amongst people that he doesn't think are going to take the time to do the research, you know, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm going to upset you on that because I always do my research. And yeah, man, if I didn't mean to expose you like this, Mr. VillaTube, but it is what it is. And I'm not hating. I'm just presenting facts. So
sport has unknown origins, but at the least was partially popularized by coal miners in Yorkshire, England in the 1970s, and for several years the ferret legging record stayed understandably under 2 minutes. Then, in 1977, Edward Simpkins is said to have set a new record in excess of 5 hours. However, for the first 4 hours he only had one animal in his pants. Undoubtedly, the greatest ferret legger of all time is Reg Meller, a retired Yorkshire miner who set the record at 5 hours and 26 minutes on July the 5th, 1981.
Think of how much havoc two ferrets can do to your your legs in your crotch for 5 hours. Like, do you just go someplace in your brain where you just don't feel any pain? Like, I don't understand how, I mean, just the amount of blood loss, you know, from these animals, you know, like and then once you start bleeding, it just gets worse and worse, man. Like, I don't know how, I mean, do you just like the adrenaline alone, does that just make you numb? Do you go numb after a while? Is it like getting a tattoo? I don't think so, man. You got to be a little kind of crazy, you know, a little bit of a masochist to want to attempt anything like this.
Employing ferrets to hunt in the open valleys around his home for many years, Mellor claimed that he had routinely kept the animals in his trousers to keep them dry and warm when it rained. He said part of the secret to his success was to feed the ferrets well before putting them in his pants. Now,
yeah, but you're not providing your own ferrets for the competition. I believe these ferrets that they do for the competitions are like ferrets that you're not familiar with. So I don't think you'll have that opportunity to feed them so that they won't be like trying to like nip at your bits. I don't know if you would have that opportunity. It just seems like, I would not. I can't believe how people get claim to fame in just the wildest ways, man.
Now, that's not to say that the ferrets didn't do their share of damage to him. After dropping his drawers for a reporter doing a story on Reg, it was observed that his legs were crosshatched with scars. When asked if the ferrets ever bit his more sensitive bits, Reg replied, "I had them hanging from me tool for hours and hours and hours."
No, sir. No, sir. I'm good. Dude, can you imagine just like, oh, I wonder if he got his sack like just freaking torn up, bro. Like, you know that probably was the case. And oh God. Oh, I don't even want to think about it, man. I can feel the pain right now.
He also mentioned that another key to becoming a champion at this particular sport is to be able to have your tool bitten and not care. Reg is near 3 decades.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the guys that simp on women and like want them to step on their balls with like stiletto heels, you know? Like the pay pigs that like want these like e-girls, like I just want you to just step as hard as you can on my nuts, because they get off to that shit. I think those type of people would do well with ferret legging, but yeah, everybody else that's normal human being, no, it's not for us.
Run as the record holder in ferret legging was finally ended in May of 2010 by Frank Bartlett of Whittington, England, who set the new record at 5 hours and 30 minutes, using the sport as a fundraising opportunity for his village's first responders. So I really hope you found that.
Cokebenni says he won't have any kids to tell the story to. Yeah, dude, I think his legacy ended a long time ago. The Crow says this record is not coming from a winner. Dude, mentally unstable. Like these are the type of people that like you will surround yourself with in order to be a name in this type of sport.
That video interesting? If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below, and don't forget to subscribe for brand new videos just like this every day of the week. Also over there on the right, some other videos that you.
This is the one and only video I've watched on ferret legging. Because I literally just wanted to know what it was. I didn't want to watch any actual videos of it because I don't think that's safe for YouTube. So I don't think anybody's done any videos for it. I'm sure if I go on like Reddit, I can probably find it. But I just wanted a general idea of what it was. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to give the perception that you are, I guess, not mentally well, or you're such a tough guy that you can handle anything, that I am a world record holding ferret legging champion, I guess, you know. But the thing is, it doesn't really work when you say that shit on the internet, because all this stuff can be fact checked, and we know that now you're just posing as someone else. And yeah, I'm not impressed. So I wonder if Mr. VillaTube, if he has any other merits to that he holds. But you know, Sonic asked me earlier, he said if VillaTube, if he doesn't respond to this video that I do, or if he, you know, will I ever bring this back up again? And I told him, I was like, no, I won't. This will be the one and only time that I will bring up VillaTube, unless he responds to it. And of course, if he responds, of course, I gotta have to do a counter response. But as of right now, no, I don't have any ill will towards this guy. I hope, you know, he does well on his podcasting journey. I hope he understands that he doesn't have to step on other people in order to, or pick fights with random people on the internet in order to, you know, garner a following. You just gotta, you know, build your community organically, you know, and if just, you know, hopefully it works out for you. Crow said, imagine trolling by saying that you are this guy. Yeah, dude, we don't have to imagine. This is reality for one man on the internet. And this one man actually has, he has, I think, two videos and a short about me on his channel. And, yeah, it's, hey man, I'm not gonna fault anybody for how they want to spend their energy, you know. This guy thinks that playing video games is a waste of time. Well, I would say hating on me is a waste of time because, you know, who am I? I'm just another guy on the internet. But yeah, I think that's it, man. I think, yeah, we just crossed the 4-hour mark. So I do want to thank everybody who came out to support. The hustlers are in the building. Crow, I want to thank you. You're like the ghost of Christmas past showing up here, man. I appreciate you showing up. This was a nice treat. I hope you guys all have a wonderful Christmas. I'll probably see you guys again. What was it? We get one more Sunday before Christmas. Let me double check that. No, this is it, guys. Yeah, the 28th and 29th, I'll be doing another video. So look forward to that. I'm going to work on the thumbnail for this video, and hopefully it will be interesting, and people that, you know, will spread the video, and it will get back to VillaTube, and, you know, he can do a response, and then we can keep this ball rolling. But Cokebenni says, you made it, camp. You got your first YouTube beef. Yeah, bro. This is like, that's how you know you're on the right track, when you have haters, okay? Because haters are there to reassure you that you are doing good. Crow, I appreciate you coming out, brother. Happy Merry Christmas to you and the family, and Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year and Christmas. Happy Merry Christmas to everybody. All the hustlers, I appreciate you guys. And yeah, you guys take care of yourselves, and I will see you guys on the next one. Don't forget the ferret. Oh man, much respect to Reg Meller. Shout out to this gentleman, all right, who had the 5-hour world record for 2008 to 2016. That's no small feat, okay? But yeah, you guys have a wonderful evening. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and keep hustling, guys. Keep hustling. I'm gonna work on my thumbnail now. You guys have a good night. This is Camp Hustle 1 out.